buttons flashing around here, taking up the voice tempo, but hopefully. Otherwise, we're going to be just talking to ourselves for a long period of time, no one else listening. These chairs are really uncomfortable. I fall back into mine and disappear under the table.
Well, good morning and a very warm, steamy, quite hot welcome to Cancun in Mexico. It's the opening day of competition at the Cancun Grand Prix. I'm sitting alongside Loretta Cusack-Doyle, fresh from her exploits at the World Championships in Baku. A very good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Shelton. And yes, I'm still recovering from Baku. Some really exciting matches that we watched there at the World Championships, and we're going to be starting off very quickly with another very exciting match.
Yeah, we've got Amber Gersjes of the Netherlands. She's up against Casey Perafan of Argentina. It's Gersjes in the white judogi, Perafan in blue. Round one of the under 48 kilo category. We've got two mats here. We're going to be focusing exclusively on mat one. You're quite welcome to click on mat two if you wish, but we don't have a separate commentary channel for that one. It's just on mat one.
Well, this will be a very interesting weight without Biladid, who is the current world champion, but still young enough to participate in the World Judo Championships for juniors coming up next week. So it'll be very interesting. But talking about junior world and European champion, well, here is a young lady from the Netherlands that hasn't been seeded in this contest or this competition today, and comes up very closely to the number one seed, Nikolic, who is the number one seed, and that will be, if they manage to get across, it will be a very, very tough second round. Gersjes. Very strong athlete indeed, but up against Perafan of Argentina. Also strong athlete in her own right. Pan American silver medalist this year, as she tries to execute shimiwaza there in the ground. Well, Gersjes Amber of the Netherlands, as I said, junior world champion and European champion. Great potential for the Dutch team. Very young athlete making a debut here in this Grand Prix. Well, both opting to take sleeve grips there, as you can see, but you've got Gersjes on, looks to be the lapel there, with the left hand, swiftly taken away as Perafan comes round the back, attempting the sutemiwaza into the ground. Well, as you would expect, a very sort of anticipating start for both these athletes. Neither of them want to make any errors in the first minutes of a contest. It drops, a lovely Cianagi there, beautifully executed, got the lift and drive. Sadly just didn't get the finish at the edge of the contest area. Gersjes doing extremely well to anticipate that move. Uchimata attempt there from the Dutch girl, as she works with the feet as well, trying to create a reaction from her opponent. Perafan again with the Cianagi, beautifully executed, almost scoring there at the edge of the contest area. Well, that's a couple of times now we've seen the Cianagi moves, and Gersjes has got to be very careful, because each time she's getting stronger and her entries are getting a little bit closer to a score there. Perefan now looking to try and work in the Newaza, the groundwork there. Really wasn't very much on offer for her. Bit of a time waster. Back into the standing position now as they jostle for the kumikata, the grips. Gershia backing off to the edge of the contest area, getting a little bit of a turn on it, where came up to her advantage as Perefan, really unaware of the dangers being on that edge, steps out of the contest area and picks up a Shido. So that's a Shido apiece now. Now we're into the golden score. As Gershia now tidies up her hair, as you can see. Obviously doesn't want getting that pulled or in the face and out of sight. Always a little bit of a frustration for everybody else waiting, but needs must. Gershia slightly taller than her opponent. He hasn't taken full advantage of the leverage that she has. We've seen the Uchimata a little bit earlier on. Perefan with the Koichigari coming once more into the Seoinage. Nice combination. Wasn't as effective as we've seen earlier on in the contest. Nevertheless, Uchigari! Oh, nice attack there. Just on the edge of the contest area. Just didn't get that drive off the back leg.
You mentioned the possible matchup in the next round. The number 1 seed, Milica Nikolic, is waiting for the winner of this one. She must be sitting up in the stand, just rubbing her hands, you know, saying, keep going for as long as you like. You know.
Yes.
And not least of all, because the last time that Nikolic fought one of these two, it was Amber Hirschus in Dusseldorf. And that went into golden score, 7 minutes that was the total time. And, you know, you could see Hirschus just, you know, fading at the end. And only because she lost power was Nikolic really able to overcome her. She threw her for Wazari, and that was the end of the contest. But for me, this doesn't bode well for the Dutch girl to go into round 2 having already had what will be, you know, a minute extra.
Yes.
She's already had a minute extra, a minute into golden score. So you really want to get that out of the way and have full power when you come up against someone. Or she's not going to do it.
No.
It won't be Hirschus at all. It's going to be Perefan.
Perefan, definitely. I really hadn't, with the Sodi there, she came in with the Seoinage movement, followed through. She had been threatening that all throughout the contest. There was so many good performances, good entries with the Seoinage, down into the drop, following it through. Good opportunity in Newaza. There was a major threat for Perefan there, and it's no big surprise based on this performance, but a big surprise in the result going into the contest.
And for you, was that the strongest Sode attack you've ever seen?
No, it wasn't.
But she couldn't stop it.
But she couldn't stop it because her feet and her hips were in. But she didn't go forward. She actually went to the side. Which took her off to the weakest point. There was no defence there, and that's where she got the score.
And for me, that's a good point, Loretta. No defence. You know, you're 6 minutes into the contest, you've got no defence. For me, that suggests you haven't got the power there. At the back end of the contest, we were just talking about her not having the power to overcome Nikolic, and Perefan, with not the strongest effort, was able to overcome her.
Yes.
I just suspect here that there's a stamina, a fitness, a power issue.
She's a young athlete, isn't she? She fought in the Junior Worlds and Europeans last year, so she's either just coming out. I'm not sure what her age is, but she must be just coming into the senior circuit. And that physical maturity is most probably what's letting her down as far as up against some of the more experienced women at this sort of field.
I think she could go 52.
That could be a possibility. She's a young girl. She's got the height.
She's got the height.
And has she been holding her weight back down?
And maybe
she needs to just mature into the next weight category.
That's what I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
I'll talk to Dutch coaches about it. Anyway, that's just.
It'd be interesting to see what her moves are, because she's obviously been a phenomenal player as a junior at 48 kilos. And making that move is really gutsy. When do you make it? Well, she's moving into the seniors now, So possibly this is the right opportunity.
On the mat now, Katharina Mentz of Germany is up against Kimberly Rennicks of Great Britain. It's Mentz in the white judogi, Rennicks in blue.
Well,
it's all speculation on my part. Sorry about the last contest. It's just guessing.
Well, it is interesting to see how they perform. They do so well at a junior level at a certain weight category, and sometimes it does take a lot of guts and to make that move and transition into another weight category, because it's like starting all over again for them and being able to adapt. But she's got the height, and she has had some exposure and the experience of picking up medals, some really quality medals throughout a junior career. Maybe it's a time, because we're seeing some performances like that she just seems to be losing. She's lacking something, and I don't think it's her technical expertise.
No, she's got nice technique.
Just think it's, like you say, her physical presence on the mat at that weight category. Needs to just bulk up a bit, get stronger, and possibly that more maturity within the senior circuit.
No score in this one as yet. We've got a little under 3 minutes left to go. Single Shido against Mentz.
Well, Mentz obviously on paper you would say is the stronger of the two athletes, but you have Kimberly Rennicks that's been on the circuit for a long time now and has picked up some really interesting medals. Commonwealth Games champion, along with her sister, who did very well, which brought her right up into the forefront of taking medals and building her confidence. But she's been along there a long time and just missing out on medals throughout the past couple of years. But does well there in a transition into the Niwaza, looks for the shimiwaza, just didn't get the choke under the chin as she was hoping for on that spin.
Sandra Zagedi has reminded me that Hirschus was junior world champion last year. I'd completely forgotten about that. But you had said about, results at junior worlds. And she's up in the stands there having a good chat with the coach.
Yes, well, she, like I said, junior world and European champion the young lady was, so she'll be devastated to go out on the first match. No one likes to go out in the first match. If you've battled away and had a few, it's a long way to travel as well, isn't it, for, well, 6 minutes or so.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Sandra Zagedi. It's always nice when someone comes and embarrasses you in public.
I'm sure she didn't mean to do that.
Thanks for that, Sandra, my friend.
Well, the battle continues in this match here, and Kimberly Rennicks giving her opponent a little bit run for her money. Men's Ekaterinburg, a bronze, very familiar of being on that podium at this level of competition, and comes in again with the hip throw. Rennicks now coming round the back, as she's seen catching with that right arm high on the collar there, just around the back. Comes through with the hip. She's got a nice uchimata when she can connect from there. Does she have the confidence? The hips are coming through. The leg was in position. Sadly didn't get the lift. Again, Rennicks with that right high collar grip, seems to be very slow and reacting into following it up with an attack, controls quite nicely. Opponent goes down into the Niwaza, and Rennicks there trying to dig away, looking for the Jujikatami, very strong in the ground. And will be threatening Men's a little bit down there. Men's throws that arm over the left hand, right over high, comes in with the hip throw there. Looked very convincing from that angle. Sadly lost control. And once more, Rennicks down in the Niwaza. This time the shimiwaza looked closer to being a winner there, but sadly the referee calling mate. Men's once more, left hand on the collar. left to right, pressurizing on the edge of the contest area. Renix backpedaling a little bit there, whether she will pick up a Shido for exiting the contest area. I think it was a little bit of a 50-50 there. Neither one of them really made that a deliberate move to step out of the contest area. But now we're into the golden score.
Yep, we are.
Yeah. Difficult from this angle because we don't have the scoreboard to see what's happening at this particular moment on the scoreboard.
No,
the Uchimata combination there from the German. Again, cup in the head, controlling nicely. Renix reacts with a Sutemi Waza. A bit of a 50-50 there, but control from Menz all the time as she now works with the Osakumi. Can Renix get out of the Osakumi? She only has a certain amount of time.
And the difficulty for us where our commentary position is that both Loretta and I are vertically challenged, so we have to stand up and look over a whole host of television screens to see where the scoreboard is. 34 seconds of golden score have gone already. 2 penalties picked up by Mentz, just 1 against Renix.
And yes, when you say challenge, definitely challenge. I needed a pair of high heel shoes to be able to look over some of those heads.
You're all right with the high heel shoes, but I've left mine in the hotel. So.
All right. Oh goodness.
Stop. It's the first
Uchimata.
Oh, almost
nice.
turned. Almost turned her.
Well, if you can't smile, what can you do? So we're enjoying ourselves, and that's the most important thing. Well, circling motion there from Renix. She comes round again once more with the right hand deep onto the back, drawing her opponent's shoulder in as she can try and step through for the Uchimata, which she seems to be looking for. She does have a switch, but there you have the Uchimata, the Ogoshi. Bit of a Koshiguruma attempt there. Well, bit of a battle between both of them. No score at this moment. Men's with 2 Shidos to Renix with 1 at this moment. An attempt of what looked to be the Uchimata lost a bit of a footing there and tried to turn it into a Makikomi. Didn't get the range of movement or the space to rotate her opponent over. Sadly landing on her front with very little option from there. Uchigari, and that's a lovely attack there. And Wazari scored for the German Men's, who goes through to the next round in golden score. Well, Renix will be desperately disappointed in that. Left herself a little bit open there to the rear. As she threw that arm, the legs were just a little bit too wide apart and a weight too much to the rear. Given the ideal opportunity there for Men's as she entered in with that high collar grip, the Ouchigari. And now we have coming up very shortly, it's just onto our screens there, Chibana representing Brazil in the white, Clement. Jocelyn representing Mexico in the blue. Chibana, as you can see, working there in the Niwaza, trying to look for an opportunity down there. Clement, Pan American champion in the cadets back in 2017, still a junior by age. Bronze medal picked up there. Obviously great potential for Mexico, building up a very young team onto this senior world circuit. Great opportunity for this young lady, and what a lot of experience she'll gain from this contest. But she is up against a very tough opponent. Chibana last year was the gold medalist here in Cancun. She'll be wanting to retain her title here. She's got a couple of hurdles to get to, not seeded in this competition, and is up in the first quarter with Nikolic, who is the #1 seed. Clement working in the Niwaza though, putting a little bit of pressure on the reigning champion. As we know, the Brazilian team of very, very strong athletes, technically very sound, come up with some beautiful judo, and as she was, as there is a Koichigak and Skorna Wazari, and that puts her in a very comfortable lead with 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. So halfway through this contest, Chibana takes the lead with the Koichigak. Clement has got to do some real work now. Again, the Koichigak, once more, doubled up. That's got to be a Wazari Aseti upon, and a win for Chibana, the reigning Cancun champion, takes that step forward and closer to the podium. She'll be up against a very challenging match though, a little bit with Katharina Menz of Germany, so that'll be a very interesting match, and that quarter alone in Pool A is going to be very challenging indeed. Now we have coming up representing Israel, Minsker in the white, Evanina of Morocco in the blue.
We haven't seen Milica Nikolic yet. You're talking about Pool A. We haven't seen the #1 seed yet.
No, she had a bye in the first round, so she'll be up against Parafan in the next round, which when you look at that Pool A, it's actually got some really strong athletes
useful
just in that area alone. But it's been 27 athletes participating in this weight category.
It's okay.
So
good number.
some good number and some good athletes participating. Very strong contention with the Israeli team, so that'll be interesting. And also you have Germans in there that's also going to be challenging for a place on the podium. The Moroccan. Edeneri just blocking that Cianagi move there.
She's a right little handful, Noah Minsker.
Oh, she's a little pocket rocket, isn't she?
Yeah,
Sort of
always
really
busy.
Very, very busy. Needs to settle it down and be a little bit more precise in her attacks. There's the Cianagi, you couldn't get any better than that. The entry was perfect there, the hips in, right in the position. Blocked well by the Moroccan. Just really didn't have the upper body control, the pull down to get the finish. Once more, Minsker comes in with the Cianagi. Lovely finish there. Follows it through now into the Niwaza. Again, she's really challenging with that Sianagi. There's been some really superb entries. Just doesn't seem to get that little finishing touch to the end of it. So Temiwaza following through, beautifully executed, nicely anticipated the Niwaza, furling into the Osakomi. And that looks like it's all over and done with there for the Moroccan. Well, a great start for Noa Minska for Israel, who goes through to the next round. Part of etiquette, making sure they're both tidy, ready to finish off. Well,
right, what have we got coming up next then? Monica Ungaranu of Romania faces Paula Garcia of Puerto Rico. It's Ungaranu in the white judogi, Garcia in blue.
Well, another one that's under the radar in this weight category. It hasn't been seeded. Ungaranu from Romania, European bronze medalist back in 2017. Quite a tall athlete and uses that height to her advantage. She has a lovely uchimata, some nice skills and good niwaza. So she can challenge for a place on the podium here. She comes out of the pool B, so again a very tough half in the under 48 kilos. Has that high collar grip, draws the leg into the center for the uchimata and puts a lot of pressure on Garcia.
Didn't look interested in trying to follow it on into the ground. It's always unusual when, you know.
And we did notice that in the World Championships that one of the biggest scorers is the Niwaza, wasn't it? With the with the Kezakatami and the Jujikatami, with the Sangaku turnovers. They were very, very popular in the World Championships, but good winning factors for athletes. And here you have the Sangaku controlling of the head. Now she spins it through for the Osakomi and controls quite nicely there as the clock ticks away in the Osakomi. It's only a matter of time. Guerrero there takes the win.
She just about hung on to that.
She did, yeah. And goes through to the next round where she'll be up against Noa Minska of Israel a little bit later on.
Right, coming up next, Edna Carrillo of Mexico faces Caitlin Jarrell of the United States of America. It'll be Carrillo in the white judogi, Jarrell in blue.
Well, Carrillo, she took her bronze medal last year. She'll be wanting to do one better, or at least match the result she had from last year. As my colleagues under the table for some reason, I'm not sure, disappearing there, but Carrillo and Jarrell of USA. Also, both of these athletes bronze medalists from the Cancun 2017 Grand Prix. Circling motion around each other. Jarrell coming in, left herself a little bit open there, the American with the Ouchigari. Actually walked straight onto that Ouchigari there. It was a very dangerous move. Carrillo just wanting a battle of the grips with the sleeves. An attempt there for Jirel to come in for the Cianagi. Bit of a poor execution of the Cianagi there. Carrillo looking a little bit more livelier on her feet. Doesn't really want to engage. She's waiting for the American to come on to her, trying to create a little bit of frustration from Jirel. And the Mexican will pick up a Shido and has done now for that lack of exchanging and engagement in the contest. Well, Carrillo still has a Wazari on the board, so she's in the driving seat here, controlling this contest. She has started to accumulate the Shidos, and just halfway through the contest this could all change if she continues with that defensive sort of attitude within this contest. Carrillo now coming on top, looking to try and rotate her opponent over. She comes through under the arm to try and take her opponent's arm there. Really didn't get much of a leverage on it. Carrillo asked to tidy up the gi. Obviously a disadvantage to her opponent if you haven't got that gi nice and tight. When you go to get your kumikata and try to break Kazushi, you get the balance broken, then the kit tends to just fold away and you don't have your opponent with it. So it's always an ideal situation to tidy up when there's an opportunity. The Ouchigari then for Carrillo with the cross grip attempt of the... Well, Carrillo put that jacket across her face there, tried to get the mate situation. It was the skirt of the jacket, not the lapel. Wasn't quite sure where the other part of the gi was, but here you have Jirel now battling away, trying to get past the defences of Carrillo. She steps across for the Osotogari, a good attack. Anticipated well by Carrillo, who follows through into the Niwaza, looking what seems to be the Sangaku turnover at this particular moment. She's tying up the legs as Jirel desperately tries to get the mate, because obviously time is running out for her with just under a minute remaining in this contest. 55 seconds. Jirel has got time, but she really has to do all the work now, and this is always sometimes the difficulty of exposing yourself and committing 100%. Mistakes can be made, and Carrillo really just is going to be playing a bit of a waiting game for her opponent to be picked off from the initiation of a first attack. So the Ouchigari there from Jirel really didn't execute well enough and finds herself once more almost in the receiving end of the Niwaza, and she cannot afford to stay down there. Valuable seconds will be taken up. The Mexican really just playing a tactical ploy here to keep busy and secure this win into the next round. The Niwaza's there, the time is ticking away for Carrillo. This is a great position to be in as Jirel's time starts to run out. Shimiwaza, I'm not quite sure from this angle whether she has it under the chin, but the referee has got a better look, so I'd imagine that Jirel is in a little bit of trouble there. But that's the time, and Carrillo goes through for Mexico to the next round and a little bit closer to the final stage. She'll be up against Costa of Portugal, who had a bye in the first round, so it'll be interesting to see the dynamics of that contest. A very tough one coming up. So now what we're doing is going across to the men's 60 kilos. Kitadai of Brazil in the white. Villegas of Mexico in the blue. Well, this is Pool A. Garrigos of Spain is the #1 seed coming into this competition. 18 judokas participating. Generally quite a low number for this weight category. We normally see that in very high numbers, but we have got some good matches, good athletes participating in this weight. Kitadai there with the Cianagi attempt. Kitadai from Brazil and is second place in the Abu Dhabi Grand Slam is last year. Some nice judo, some beautiful techniques. Getting an opportunity to see them here. It's been closed up quite considerably from the Mexican. Slightly unknown, this Mexican here, battling away on home turf here, wanting to make a good impression for this home crowd. Very little to lose, a lot to gain with experience and exposure at this international level. And watching the Mexican team warm up, there you have Kitadai there with the Cianagi, Ippon Cianagi there, following it through into the Niwaza, nicely executed, and still piles the pressure on. Well, it's gone for an Ippon. Wasn't going to waste that opportunity in the transition and Niwaza until it was finalized that the Ippon was the right call, and I hope it has been, because the referee did call mate when there was a great opportunity for Kitadai, who takes this place into the next round of the under 60 kilos, where he'll be up against Garrigos of Spain, the #1 seed. And now we swiftly go across to mat, and staying on mat #1, but onto the under 52 kilograms first round. Alvera of Mexico in the white, Easton of Australia in the blue. Alvera, gold medalist from the Cancun Grand Prix last year. Will definitely want to be retaining that title here for Mexico. Third place in the Pan American Senior Championships this year. Still very much on form as she approaches this competition. Eastern of Australia, Oceania Championships, was a gold medalist. And with the Australians with a new vibrant development program going on for these young athletes in Australia, we're starting to see some real prospects coming through for the Australian team. Easton there, as you can see, with the right hand on the lapel, controlling quite nicely. That left hand, she pulls across. Hara into the Makomi, beautifully execute with the Wazari scored. Beautifully done, securing very nicely. And the ippon from the Osakomi. So there we have Easton that takes out the current champion of the Cancun from last year, gold medalist. A great result for this young lady from Australia, who then moves through, where she'll be up against Joan Ramos of Portugal. So a great start for Australia. Well, now we have Olvera of Mexico, again the same name. I'm just going to go back and check that we make sure that we have the right gold medalist from last year. And Kuznetsova of Russia in the blue. Pilar there looking very busy in the Newaza against the Russian. Pilar Pan-American Junior champion this year, third place, still a junior by age, along with the cadet Pan-American 2 years ago champion, bronze medalist. Well, here you have the Russian with the Jujikitami there. Not managed to execute it, had a great opportunity there. Kuznetsova still working hard in that, trying to get that arm lock. Eventually does, scoring the ippon. And she'll be up against Kohan of Israel a little bit later on. So Kuznetsova goes through to the second round of the under 52 kilo category, and we stay with the under 52s, where we have now coming up Dehami representing the USA and Gamera Cabalja of Peru in the blue. Dehami Maria took a bronze medal last year in the Santo Domingo Pan-American Open. Trying to get past the legs there of the young lady from Peru, who was working extremely hard there, looking to be controlling quite nicely in the Newaza. Again, as you could see, trying to hook him for that arm lock. This young lady from Peru, the Santiago Pan American Open this year, was gold medalist. The American trying to work her opponent as she comes through the legs there. A little bit of a stalemate situation between these two, evenly matched, and neither one of them looking any closer of stepping through into the second round of this under 52s. Nice as she was, her attempt there from the American. Cianagi move there from Gamara. It's 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. No score, but what's refreshing, no shidos at this particular moment. Again, trying to work down into the Newaza. Again, very little opportunity to follow through into the ground. More of a time-wasting situation as they battle away with the Kumikata, the gripping, both trying to dominate the pace and also the grips of this contest. Ouchigari there from the American, nicely entered, but again didn't execute further than the entry there. No Kazushi. The breaking of balance there. Cianagi attempt there. Finds herself now back into the ground, holding on, as you can see, the lapel to avoid any uncomfortable situations that may come from that Cianagi move. Well, there you have it, the first Shido being awarded to Dehami from the United States of America. Gamara coming in with the Cianagi. Nice execution into the transition into the Newaza there with the Shimiwaza, looking at the end of it, but then continues to work for the Osakomi. The leg is caught up at the moment, needs to secure the upper part of the body first before trying to execute getting the leg out. Well, there was a great opportunity missed out there from the American. As they battle closer now towards that golden score. 13 seconds remaining, only one Shido to the American that divides both these athletes. Still very early to say which one will go through. Asodi switching, oh, just lost her foot in there. And into the golden score. So a very lucky escape from this young lady. She came in a combination of a technique. She did look for the koichi, just lost her placing and her balance, fell onto her back. Don't think it was a score there for Gamara. Really didn't execute that full movement, and this should really go through to golden score. And right call there. Didn't think there was very much of a control from the young lady from Peru. She just literally fell into that movement. But still a very dangerous situation for the American. Picks up her second Shido for ducking under the head there to avoid the control grip. Now she can't afford to make any more silly mistakes there. She's given away 2 vital points there, even though the scores don't go onto the board, but they do put a lot of pressure on the American, because one more would result in the disqualification of Hansokumaki, and that would take her out of the contest. So the American really has to start piling on the pressure, being much more precise in her movements. And Gamara can she play a tactical game here without costing her Shidos? She follows through into the Niwaza. Comes across, as you see, from the face, and it's been brought to the attention of the referee very quickly. Dehami, as she can see with the Kosota, a bit of the sticky foot, trying to keep the foot in position, but didn't have the upper body control to be able to stay in that position for too long. Sutemi Wazo, the Tomanage, controlled quite nicely. 3 good attacks coming from this American so far, and we could be looking at a Shido here for Gamara if she's not careful. Not very much coming from the young lady from Peru right yet. Needs to now start putting back a few attacks, staying engaged in this contest, otherwise she will start accumulating the Shidos. At the moment she doesn't have any. A little bit surprised at this particular moment, because we haven't really seen in the golden score much coming from Gamara. Sianagi. High collar grip from blue. Well, Dehami starting to look very tired out there, considering she's 2 Shidos down. Really needed to start coming back, firing in another level, really showing her determination, but she looks so flat out there. Looks like a condition is really what's caused her to, I think, pick up the second Shido here. 3rd Shido, I should say, which would mean Hansokumaki. And there you have it. 3rd and final Shido goes to Dehami, and the win goes to Gamara Cabalja Jal of Peru. She'll be up against Verenic of Poland a little bit later on in the 2nd round. So now we come to the under 66 kilo category. This will be against Piraz of Italy in the white, and Viedmar of Mexico in the blue. Well, two very feisty athletes that come out, very aggressive start. Mexican drops underneath his opponent. Oh, beautifully executed there. Now, from that angle, it looked like the Kosota, but it could be a Kuriashi Hare. Very quickly done there, but that the Ashiwaza was well executed, nicely controlled, and didn't waste any time in taking himself for Italy through to the next round. And now we have Crisostomo of Portugal in the white, and he'll be up against the Colombian Hernandez in the blue. Portugal in white, Colombia in the blue. This is the first round, again in Pool A of the under 66 kilo category. A Cianagi attempt there from the Portuguese. So a great start for Crisostomo of Portugal. Looking very comfortable out there. A little bit more confident than his opponent for Colombia. Colombian has a slight height advantage over his opponent, but can he use this as an advantage? Those long limbs could create some difficulties for the Portuguese. Can reach over the top, and the long legs coming through for either the Uchimata or the big Oguruma Haragoshis. Comes high this time. Only has the one hand on, but both of them picking up a Shido apiece. Cianagi attempt there, just pipped his opponent to the post there on the attack. Managed to get that shoulder just in front, never got the finishing touch to it, but nevertheless a sharp reaction from the Portuguese. 2.5 minutes remaining as Cianagi Marote Cianagi following it through, nicely executed, scoring a Wazari and giving the Portuguese a very good lead now, coming up to the halfway mark. Well, circling motions around each other, both trying to get in at the right angle, out of sight of their opponent, rather than going directly onto him, where if you've both got Cianagis, it's like moving yourself onto a position of danger. Once again, hip into the post, the Portuguese comes in what looked to be the Sodi. Just came under the arm there, and the hips followed through. Hernandez second each time to the attacks, but has showed a lot of gutsy moves there. Just needs to be a little bit sharper. Koshiguruma attempt, but again didn't get in deep enough. The hips were through, and a Wazari Aseti upon for the Portuguese. So Crisostomo of Portugal goes through to the next round. A good performance from Hernandez of Colombia, but sadly was up against someone that was just slightly sharper and a little bit more experienced in fighting a match that's so challenging. Well, now we have Gerard Cadet in the white and Kevin Azima of France in the blue. Now slightly difference here of experience, but nevertheless you cannot underestimate a feisty start from this young man from Haiti. Very aggressive start, very challenging for the Frenchman Azima, who's looking a little bit apprehensive by the speed and power of this young lad from Haiti.
I quite often come up with the useless information.
Which is always very interesting indeed.
Right, nice of you to say that, but we've got a fighter here whose name is Cadet.
Cadet, yes.
But I've also seen another fighter called Junior.
Junior?
Yeah. But I haven't seen one called Senior.
Senior cadet and junior cadet. You should have been a comedian, that's all I can say.
Yeah, I told you it was useless information. But I have seen a Junior. You know, that's a fairly common Spanish name.
Yes, yeah.
Maybe even Portuguese, I don't know. Yeah, ah, there you go.
That's it, much better.
So.
There's a little man that keeps coming up here, and I don't know who he is, but he keeps changing the mics. And it's okay when I'm on my own, but when you come back, it seems like he's disturbed the balance of being able to hear each other.
Are you suggesting that you don't want the pleasure of my company?
I love the pleasure of your company. I don't feel like the mad person in the corner talking to herself. And that is a sign of madness, isn't it? For someone to be chatting away with nobody talking back to her. So
Right, who have we got coming up next then? O'Neill Solis of Cuba faces Emil Montes de Oca of Mexico. It's Solis in the white judogi, Montes de Oca in blue, and I think Loretta's going to get herself a coffee.
that sounds very well. So I'll leave you for a couple of minutes. I'll be back shortly.
Yes, unfortunately you're going to have the pleasure of my company now for this one. Let's see how we get on. I haven't seen Montes de Oca before. First look at the young Mexican in the under 66 kilo category. 5 weight categories that we're bringing to you today: 48, 52 and 57. And we've also got the under 60 and under 66 kilo category for men. How's that? That brings you up to date on what we're bringing you. Yeah, sorry about that. We had a minor hiccup with the audio, but it's all in order now, and I'm glad that you can hear me. Perhaps you're not as glad as I am. Anyway, chance here for the Osai Komi. If you can just control the top, that's gone missing. Mind you, still on the arm. No, he's decided to leave that one. So, no score as yet, 3 minutes left to go. He's going to get called for a false attack there. It's unfortunate because he just didn't get the rotation that he needs. Neil Adams talks about that as one of the points that you need to ensure that you avoid getting called for a false attack. Make sure that you get rotation, and unfortunately Montes de Oca did not. Solis got everything right there, didn't he? Planted the Mexican flat on his back. These are all round one contests. Early days here in Cancun. It's hot and humid. They've had plenty of rain around, and the humidity is troubling a few of the visitors, not just the fighters. I think they cope better with it than some people who are out here doing other jobs. The fighters tend to cope better with it. They're a little bit more active, and you know, they're in and out of the shower because they are training that little bit more, whereas the people who are working here, the staff, struggle a little bit with the change in conditions. Matic Poliak of Slovakia faces Michel Patino Villagra of Puerto Rico. It's Poliak in the white judogi, Patino Villagra in blue. Round one of the under 66 kilo category. A little over 2.5 minutes left to go. No scorers yet. Both fighters are still penalty free, so nice and active. Little sumigaeshi there from Poliak. Almost catches Patino Villagra, but not quite enough to come up with a score. Put him on his front, actually. Just a reminder that you can watch the contests on mat 2 if you wish. Just click on mat 2 and you'll be able to see what's going on the adjoining mat. We're sticking to mat number 1. Poliak looking the more likely of the two to come up with a score at the moment. Patino Villagra has picked up a single Shido now. And we've got a little over 1.5 minutes left to go. Threatened with the Ouchigari there, and now looking to go left-sided, possibly with a hip technique, but it didn't come off. Well, can't afford to do anything silly here. Well, Rosario on the board, half a minute left to go. The attacks have got to be strong enough not to pick up a penalty. Mind you, Polyak is still penalty free, so I suppose he could afford to burn one technically. Yeah, he's going to give one up here for that drop, but with only 4 seconds left to go, it's not really going to matter that much. And that is the end of that, I'm afraid, for Michel Patino Villagra of Peru. He loses out in round 1 to Matej Polyak of Slovakia. Right, next up on mat 1, Imad Basu of Morocco faces Aram Grigorian of Russia. It's Basu in the white judo gi, Grigorian in blue. A couple of the Moroccan fighters have proved quite useful. Both fighters pick up penalties. First look at Aram Grigorian. Fought at the Zagreb Grand-Prix earlier this year and in Tunis as well, so 2 outings for the Russian. He picked up a bronze medal in Tunis. Well, neither fighter really looking to take a grip here, so the referee had no choice but to call mate and penalise both of them. Now they're both on 2 penalties, and we've got a little over a minute left to go. Grigorian really has allowed Basu to dictate the type of contest, and it's been one where he's been perfectly happy, Basu that is, to make it tactical and grip orientated. There's the first real big effort from Grigorian. Referee called Mate, as that was across the chin. They've both had a couple of attacks. Possibly Grigorian has had the better, but nothing to write home about. It's too far away, I'm afraid, from Basu. Time running out here. Oh, right at the death there, Grigorian coming up with a score. Basu's tactics didn't pay off. And it is Aram Grigorian of Russia who goes through to round 2. Coming up next, Matthias van Herten of the Netherlands faces Ala El Idrisi of the United States of America. Van Herten in the white judogi, El Idrisi in blue. Little bit speculative there from El Idrisi, a little bit too far away from the target. Van Herten being the target. Sat down a little Yoko Otoshi maybe. Just that little bit too far away. Now El Idrisi picks up a second penalty. And we've got just under 3 minutes left to go, so the likelihood of this going the distance is pretty slim. Left-sided effort from the Dutchman, just threatened El Idrisi for a moment. And a third penalty. Well, Idrissi not coming up with the goods, I'm afraid. Losing out on 3 penalties. Coming up next, Amelia Fulgentes of the United States of America faces Wesnebi Machado of Venezuela. It's Fulgentes in the white judo gi, Machado in blue. Sat next to Machado on the flight over here from Panama. That was my travelling partner. She didn't speak any English and I don't speak any Spanish, so you can imagine the conversation. Gonna have to be careful of that attack, Fulgentes. Don't want to put pressure on the arm. If you lose control of the other sleeve, you end up holding only onto one sleeve, and if you throw against the elbow, then you're going to be in trouble. Well, Machado, second best at the moment, picks up a penalty for passivity, just hasn't been able to get going as yet. And even with my limited Spanish and Machado's limited understanding of English, we were able to agree on one thing, and that was Machado had to ensure that she took as many points as possible from her continental championships. There are 2 between now and the end of the qualifying period for Tokyo 2020. Pan American Championships are in Lima in Peru in 2019, and then I'm not sure where they are in 2020, but they will be in April of 2020, and after that, that will be the close of the qualification period. If Machado can move from where she is at the moment, I think she's in about 35 on the IHF World Ranking list. She's got to move up to at least 10, 12, maybe 15 places, and then she can squeeze into the qualification. But if she can't do that, then she's going to be in trouble. And the reason I say that is because she's up against someone from her continent, Fulgentes, and Fulgentes may not even be the #1 pick in the USA, and if Machado can't get past the #2 or even the #3 in the United States of America, she's going to be struggling. Still got some last minute repairs going on in the background. Hear a bit of tapping away, don't worry. No score yet, single Shido picked up by Machado, minute 20 odd left to go. Got to be a bit more aggressive as Machado if she's going to do something here. Now Fulgentes rather unfortunately ducking underneath and picking up a penalty. Shadow's just a little bit too tentative here. She's got to get going. There's only a minute left to go. And she really hasn't put in any kind of threat as far as attacks are concerned. Fulgentis has kept herself pretty busy. She got out-gripped there. And as a result of being out-gripped, she dropped to her knees and picked up a penalty for a false attack. So 2 penalties picked up by Fulgentis now, 20 odd seconds left to go. Trying to work something around the hip on the left side there. Fulgentis couldn't work on the ground, and the referee calls mate with 9 seconds left to go. This one looks as though it's going to go to golden score. Right, so golden score between Fulgentis and Machado. First one to score will win. Just been too tentative, Machado. Really need to step it up a little bit. Come up with a few more attacks. Slightly untidy from Fulgentis, ducking underneath. And then that last false attack, just running out of steam a little bit here, I think. Nice, got caught, arm on the other side, left herself exposed. Good turn from the American to feel that, sense the opportunity. And that was a good turn. Well, back to the drawing board for Wisnebi Machado, I'm afraid. Got a bit of work to do there. Fulgentis has a good win. She goes into round 2. Coming on to mat number 1 now. Sabrina Filzmerser of Austria faces Diana Gigaros of Russia. It's Filzmerser in the white judogi, Gigaros in blue. Slightly taller of the two is Sabrina Filzmerser. Gigaros picked up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip. The Russians haven't yet decided who their number 1 at 57 kilos is going to be. That place is still up for grabs. Gigaros, one of the contenders. Anastasia Konkina and Daria Mezhetskaya are ahead of her, as is Irina Zabludina. I don't think it's going to be Zabludina. So really she's going to have to find a way past Mezhetskaya or Konkina, and it's a long old haul, I'm afraid, for Gigaros. She's down with 300 points on the IJF World Ranking list, and then the Russians above her at 1400 and 1900, so quite a bit off the pace here. Good position to attack from for Gigaros. She's just got to be a bit careful on the ground now. Yep, across the face. The referee spotted that with a little bit of help from Gigaros, who was pointing that out. I think I might as well if Filzmerser was rubbing a forearm across my chin. Might want to let the referee know about that. Here she goes again. Got to be careful here because there's a turnover and Gigaros hasn't spotted it. Now from here, this is where things become difficult. Yes, the turnover didn't seem like a problem and you still feel as though you've got a chance, but once that leg comes free, Gigaros is going to realise that she's in some trouble.
And you can't underestimate Filzmerser at all. In Niwaza, the transition is always very, very strong. And as you can see, there secures what looks to be the Osakomi there.
Well, the difficulty for Gigaros is that she didn't see it coming. She didn't recognise the difficulty.
Really, when you have that experience, you know that you just don't mess around with Filzmerser in the Niwaza, and that was a major mistake for her there.
Once you fail in that attack, you've got to be out of there.
Straight away.
Yeah, you can't afford to be hanging around on the ground with Sabrina Filzmerser, and Gigaros didn't recognise it. Is she okay?
Possibly a little bit stunned, but I'm quite sure she...
I wonder what that was then, because it wasn't, there was no shimiwaza involved in there, was there?
Looking at the angle though, it most probably was very, very uncomfortable and putting possibly pressure on the shimiwaza there, even though it wasn't the execution for the ippon.
I'd have to have another look at that then. But the second that it started to develop, I said, you know, she's in trouble here.
Definitely.
That was before the roll. And even after the roll, Gigaros still fancied her chances because she didn't feel as that it was that strong. You and I knew a little bit different.
Well, we could see it being set up quite nicely there, wasn't it? There was one stage after another that she was very precise in the movements that she made. She knew exactly what she was going for.
Well, here's another problem for those in the under 57 kilo category.
Yes.
Filzmerser is one of them. Rafaela Silva is another one. It's the Brazilian in the white judogi facing Mina Lieber of Belgium in blue. And we'll follow that with Safo Choban of Germany and Arleta Podolak of Poland. Another good matchup. That's a good level. The next two.
Silva will be wanting to redeem herself a little bit, won't she, from the World Championships. Wasn't a great day at the office in Baku for her, and will be really wanting to come back here, showing the pedigree that she truly is as a world-class fighter. Yes,
that was unfortunate. I mean, the draw as well was a little bit tricky for her. She faced Jessica Klimke first round.
Yes,
you know, a top 10 fighter.
Klimke's here again, but this time she's here on her own, which will be very interesting to see her perform without Deguchi, her teammate, not in the same event, which they have been all the way up leading to the World Championships, weren't they?
Yes, I say that it was unfortunate because that matchup, Klimke and Silva, came in the first round.
Yes.
And, you know, you would hope that you would avoid coming up against that kind of fighter, but neither of them were seeded.
No.
That was the problem.
That's correct.
We seed the top 8, and we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 there.
Oh, a lovely
nice, good score.
Kochigak scoring Wazari, so puts her in a very comfortable lead with 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. So it's a great start for the Brazilian.
So even though Klimke was in the top 10, she wasn't seeded, and nor was Silva. So it was unfortunate that they didn't draw someone from the lesser countries.
Really,
and Klimke went through to win that. In fact,
it was a great win. It was a really good win for Klimke, and she played it just right. And I think in some cases, Silva gave her that result. She made some silly errors, and she continued throughout that contest, if I'm right in memory, that she made it a lot more easier for her in the way that she performed. Tends to have a tendency to have a counter and attack, but puts herself in a position that it could be a 50-50 whether it was a score to her opponent. She reacts the wrong time. And Silva seems to do that quite a few times. She waits for her opponent to attack her, then she comes up with a counter, but the counter seems to be a 50-50 all the time. She's got to be careful of that, and hopefully looking back on that performance in Baku, you know, the mistakes she made, hopefully she won't start repeating them again.
Yeah, I think she's always been a good counter puncher, if you like, if we can put it that way, use kind of boxing terms. Whether or not she has got the kind of aggressive first attack type game that she can just pull on any time, I'm not sure. I just think that her style is just a little bit. It
just seems a little bit loose.
Yeah, yeah.
It's very. You're exactly right when it says it's a little. It comes over as being very laid back, but she's so loose in her movements that when someone comes in with a big hit with the first attack, her reaction to counter it allows it to be so loose that it can be anticipated and turned into being a combination for an opponent. And this is what's happened a few times for her, that she has to make that counter movement very aggressive in the upper body kumikata control, and that's what really for me was the problem for her, especially in the World Championships.
Still the Wazari lead for Silva with 20 odd seconds left to go, looking comfortable here now on the ground as well. She can control her opponent and keep her there.
Well, she had this is obviously the first match in Pool B, so it's just really getting this match under a belt and moving forward and just not underestimating anybody in this field. And it could be said that one or two could come in here thinking, well, it's an easier ride possibly to the next round. There's never such an easy match anymore. We've seen so many upsets throughout the year of athletes totally underestimating their opponents and their opponents' ability. But Silva, as we expected, takes the win and goes through to the second round in Pool B. Now she'll be up against the winner of the next match that'll be coming up very shortly.
Yeah, well, I was saying that I thought that this would be a good match because both fighters are at the reasonable, fairly same level. Safo Choban of Germany faces Arleta Podolak of Poland. It's Choban in the white judogi, Podolak in blue. This is the under 57 kilo category, and we didn't have the usual intro this morning because we had a few technical problems. So what I'm going to do very quickly now is to give you a rundown of the top 4 seeds. Dakota Smythe-Davis of Great Britain is the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel. The number 4 seed is Jessica Klimke of Canada, and the number 4 seed is Rafaela Silva of Brazil. There you go.
Good lineup. Very interesting matches coming ahead.
And each time we get a category, when we change to the next category, we've got the 48 kilo category round 2 coming up in a couple of minutes or so, or a couple of fights time anyway, and then we'll give you the rundown of the top 4 seeds there as well. Podolak has been off the boil, I'll say, since Rio 2016. Couple of years. She worked so hard to qualify. Yeah, there you go, left-sided Seoinage, just managing to bring Choban down onto her side, and problems here if she can't get out of this. Couldn't roll her. You'd have thought that she had enough for the roll there, but just not quite enough.
And it's unusual because for the Polish athletes, they're very, very sharp in their niwas, aren't they? So I was surprised she wasn't able to get in there further and deeper and pick up a result on that. It was a great opportunity missed there for her.
She's got a good Seoinage. Morote Seoinage has Podolak, catches quite a number of people with that. Just get the feeling that, when it goes past that and you need something else,
You need that following through, don't
Yeah.
you? You don't need to be able to find yourself on the receiving end of any groundwork at all. It's valuable seconds lost in the ground if it's just a defence that you're putting in.
Yeah, she needs to increase the range of her techniques, because once she gets up to some higher ranked opponents, if she fails to catch them, then there isn't a great deal.
Well, once more, you've seen that Cianagi. It just loses a little bit of control in the entry. She's got the good kumikata. She's got a very strong controlling grip. She comes in deep enough, but her positioning as she comes and drops under, she loses the control to get the finishing touch to the Cianagi.
And then the final note on that is when the Cianagi is blocked, you've got a really good fighter who manages to block it, and there isn't anything else, then she ends up being passive because she can't come up with, you know, another attack.
Uchimata, oh, a nice entry there. Got the lift. Once again, didn't get that finish.
Was that Choban?
Yep.
Uchimata.
No,
oh, Podolak. Wow.
Podolak with the Uchimata.
Trying to prove me wrong then.
Yep. Cianagi now the Uchimata. But the Uchimata was better than the Cianagi, to be honest. It had that lift, but it really didn't have the control with the sleeve. It just needed a little bit more of the pulling action with that sleeve grip to get the finish. But definitely a nice entry. Uchigari.
Yeah, that's nice.
Choban scoring a wazari, and the timing coming into the last minute of this contest. So timing perfect for this young lady from Germany.
Well, he hasn't given it. Looked as though she was going to go down on her side, enough for the wazari, but hasn't gone on the board. Unless they're going to stop now and have a look.
No, I thought it was.
Yeah.
Definitely thought there was a wazari there, but it'd be nice to get a replay on that. But nice entry anyway, very threatening with the Ouchigari.
As long as you know who the supervisors are, the referee supervisors, you know where the line is.
Yes.
You know, and today we've got two who are just that little bit tighter on giving up the scores.
Yes,
you know.
yes.
And I don't mind.
No, I don't mind. Yeah. I want a wazari to look like a wazari.
Oh, look at that.
Nicely done.
Don't worry about the wazari.
That's it. Choban takes it in the last 22 seconds for Epon.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, you know, Arleta Podolak had been off the ball for a while, but Safo too, you know, since she'd been a junior, so much, you know, promise, real incredible promise, but just hadn't been able to come up with the kind of wins. And now there was a good win. That
was a very good win, a nice finish at the
contest, wasn't it?
Yeah,
you know, nicely balanced. Yeah, good one.
A bit of that will be a bit of a challenge for the next one, though. She'll be up against Rafaela Silva.
Yeah, well, you
so
never know.
That'll be interesting, entertaining, as we would say.
Never know. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Oh, I recognise Martina Logidice of Italy. She's up against Sanna Verhagen of the Netherlands. It's Logidice in the white judogi, Verhagen in blue. A bye for Miriam Roper of Panama into the next round. She'll face the winner of this contest.
Well, Verhagen for me has always been a very strong competitor, and you really can't write this young lady off at all. She isn't in the top seeding in this weight category, which always potentially makes it very difficult for those that are, having someone thrown in there in the mix. Obviously seeking medical attention there.
Yeah, once in a while there'll be a little bit of a scrape or a bump to the lip, and a bit of blood may need just wiping up. They take them off the tatami to get that tidied up. We are down at the end of mat number 2. The medical station for mat number 1 is down at the far end, so we just happen to have in front of us someone.
We can see all the gory details, can't we? Which is not always the nicest.
But the odd thing is that we've got the medical table for mat number 2, and that's being done at the moment. We've got someone from mat number 2, and it happens to be the former Olympic champion Sarah Menezes. She's having a little bit of blood wiped from her nose, so once that's done, they'll be back underway on mat number 2, which you can go to watch if you like. You just won't get commentary on mat number 2. We're here on mat number 1, and we're back underway with Logedice and Verhagen. There is no score as yet. We've got a little over 3 minutes left to go, and we're both penalty free.
Well, it's a bit of a battle going on between these two athletes, and both feisty athletes and very, very strong, powerful competitors. So they are very well matched as far as judo is concerned. So, but it really is down to who is the more aggressive out here for this contest, I believe. Both very strong kumikata grips. Sanne Verhagen there, I think, really attacked under a slight bit of pressure there. Didn't actually place herself in a better position as she stepped across what looked to be the Taitoshi there. Tried to turn it into what looked to be the Seoinage movement, but she was already flat on her face when tried to change and work it into a combination. Sanne Verhagen using her feet to try and open up her opponent. She's got the right hand on that lapel on the left side, controlling quite nicely. Got the sleeve as well. She steps across once more, again overstretching herself, leaving her very little option to finishing her technique. But again, it's one more attack in front of her opponent, which when the referee's calculating who's been more engaging, then obviously Verhagen was most probably up on the attack so far. She reaches across again once more with that right hand, looking for the left lapel. Noguchi, as you can see, with the left hand on the lapel too, this time with the sleeve. She looks now a little bit more in control and trying desperately to set up what looked to be that uchimata. The foot was starting to show. Whether it was to try and take the bait, for Verhagen to take the bait and touching that foot so she could counter is another thing, but Noguchi there with one shiro on the board. Really has to step up a little bit now and take a little bit more onus in this contest. And there you've got a beautiful attack there. Seoinage scoring a Wazari. Well, the Italian walked straight on to that shoulder throw. And this takes the pressure off Verhagen slightly now, as the Italian comes over the top, trying to get the high collar grip, using the advantage of the slight height advantage over her Dutch opponent. Seoinage once more, again anticipated well as the Italian throws the arm over the top, leaving herself a little bit vulnerable for the Seoinages. And once more again, Verhagen a bit more predictable as she came in for the Marotti Seoinage. Well, the most important thing is then Verhagen is taking the lead, but she doesn't burn herself out, putting in so many strong attacks. She needs to be a lot more precise and make them count. Noguchi coming up with that left hand, trying to throw over the top. Every time she seems to connect, the Seoinage is there. But the time is up now, but then a good match between both these athletes. But Verhagen just pipped it with that Seoinage move, scoring a Wazari and taking herself into the second round.
And talking about the second round,
Oh, yeah.
we are coming now to round 2 of the under 48 kilo category. The contest coming up next is Milica Nikolic of Serbia. She faces Casey Perefan of Argentina. It's Nikolic in the white judogi, Perefan in blue. And I'll just go through the top 4 seeds for you in the under 48 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Milica Nikolic of Serbia. The number 2 seed is Paula Pareto of Argentina. The number 3 seed is Shira Rishoni of Israel, and the number 4 seed is her teammate Noah Minska of Israel. There you go. They're the top 4 seeds in the under 48 kilo category.
Quite a large weight category, isn't it? 27 judokas participating, and a good lineup of strong athletes in this weight category, and be interesting. And out.
Right, for those of you who have never seen it, we're about to have a minor rearrangement of the tatami, that gap that you can see in that middle mat there. They're going to close that up. It just means pushing the mats together, so there's less of a chance of the fighters catching a toe, maybe even a finger in there. It'll only take a second and then we'll be back on. There's a look at Casey Perefan, the Argentinian, waiting to come on. She's the second of the Argentinians in the weight category, the other being Paula Pareto.
And she had a great match in the first round, didn't she, against Gershek? A really tough one against the Dutch girl.
Yeah, Amber Hirschers is sitting up in the stands watching on now, the last place that she wanted to be.
Well, she was very disappointed, and we were surprised. She was up against a tough opponent, not taking it away from Perefan, but when you're a junior world and European champion, you're always anticipating that person has got a stronger pedigree to go through. And I think that really she believed that herself coming into this competition.
Yeah.
And just sadly was not being seeded, put herself into a very awkward situation in Pool A, which if she did get through at her first round, she would have been up against Nikolic as well, like Perefan in this as the number 1 seed coming into this competition.
Do you know what makes me laugh about the mat rearranging? I'm sure that in the club, you or I, if we're doing that on our own,
would have got it done.
We could have had it done by now. But what happens is you get 8, I think 9, 10 people on the mat, all trying to help, and they moved them in the wrong way.
Yes.
This one moves that one moves that one. It really, you know, my coach was so good at this.
Well,
he said it's very simple.
The ideal is to surround it and move it together. Because when you push one side, then the other side opens up, doesn't it? And it just takes a little bit longer.
My coach was so good. He'd say, come to the outside, pick up the outside one, and just push.
So you were in a club that it wasn't a permanent laid mat as well.
Unfortunately not.
I know, the sort of days you had to... The hardest part of the
session,
you had to lay them, and pick them up afterwards.
The picking up wasn't so bad, you know, you always had someone to give you a hand, but
obviously
to start
you weren't
off and laying them down. Laying them down, that was a warm-up in itself.
Oh God,
Budokai obviously had the, you know, permanent mat area.
I'm showing my age now. I remember just the canvas and the wood
canvas and
and you had to get that big canvas mat.
I got thrown once on my ankle.
On the
I
wood.
went over and it hit the metal, you know, the metal joints, and it went whack on there.
Health and safety would have a field day nowadays, wouldn't it, if they had one of those mats?
The afternoon spent at Bolingbroke Hospital sorting that. There was a lump came up on my ankle, instant lump. I looked down and there was this, coach said, okay, you're off.
I remember it so well.
We had 8 mats. That was all it was. It was an 8 by 8.
It's looking pretty now.
It's done now. Look at that.
It's looking pretty.
Very well done.
And they're ready to go. Not always good for the athletes because they've had to sort of keep their composure and stay focused while something like that was going on.
Look at that. That was amazing. Nikolic gets attacked here. She's the one who's in danger, comes up with a counter, Makikomi counter, bang. There's very little that you can do here because she goes over onto her back. You know, for me, this is a good score. First of all, it's a counter. Nikolic scores. She should be out of here now.
Well,
he's given Ippon with him.
I think the care system is just having another look at it, but I think you're right. I think this is Ippon.
She counters her and she goes on her back.
Well,
so was it going to be?
Taking it.
Only Wazari.
So it was
we knew it was a score.
Yeah, but it
just
was
the
a
quality. Okay.
Well, Perefan really gets another chance, another crack at the whip to see if she can come back from there. She's got a tall order against Nikolic.
Yeah.
Again, Uchimata into the Makakomi.
I was going to say it might not be long given the mood that Nikolic is in.
And the problem is now Perefan has she is going to open up. She's got some Niwaza there though. Yeah. She's turning her over, trying to create an opportunity, but also the clock is ticking away. So for Nikolic, she's just going to hang on, and she's not going to be bothered too much in that groundwork there position. She didn't look threatened at all. A lot of uncomfortable movement, but no real danger. Well, the Argentinian really has to go some now. She has got the ability, there's no doubt about it, but like we said, it's a very difficult task against the Serbian, who's got that high collar grip, drawing her opponent down. Uchigari, she also has that combination with the Uchimata, so when the head goes down, the reaction for her opponent is to try and brace the head back, and as the head goes back, the weight goes into the heel, the Uchimata's there waiting. It's a great combination that's very effective for Nikolic, and now she's working her way into the Niwaza. She's cupped the head, but in a very awkward angle, but really wasn't able to secure the Osakomi. Perefan comes up again, really firing on all cylinders, desperate to try and get back into this contest once more. Nikolic with the high collar grip. Uchigari, Wazari, Aseti Ippon, all over and done with.
She's in the mood, isn't she?
Oh, she's firing, isn't she? Great start for this young lady. She had a bye in the first round, but obviously second round is coming out firing on all cylinders, looking very much every bit a #1 seed.
Into the quarter-final, the first of the quarter-finalists, Milica Nikolic of Serbia. There you go. Well, she'll face the winner of the upcoming contest between Katharina Mentz of Germany and Gabriela Chibana of Brazil. It'll be Mentz in the white judogi, Chibana in blue. And didn't you say that Chibana won this last year?
Yes, she did. So she'll be wanting to get past. This is going to be a really tough match, but this is a young lady that wants to see herself back on that podium and back on the #1 spot. The way that Nikolic has gone out in that first round, there'll be a major threat to get into that semi-final.
And of the two fighters, it's Mentz who was the seeded player, #8.
Yes.
So Nikolic has either got to face the #8 seed or last year's winner.
Yes.
We shall see. She hasn't hung around to have a look at who it is. She's up and out of the arena already.
It's quite interesting how athletes sort of build up in a competition. Some stay at the edge of the contest area and watch what could be their potentially their next match. Some just want to focus on their own performances rather than focus on their opponents. And I think it's shows,
choice, isn't it? Choice.
It is choice, but it just shows how much they believe in their own ability.
Well, I spoke to Nikolic this morning, and that's what she said. I am not looking at Amber Hirschus because I don't know who I'm going to have. So I'll wait until I see what happens. You know, it could be Hirschus, it could be Perefan. I'll take whatever comes when that time comes. And so it turned out.
And that's a very wise thought process. It really is, because why fill your head with so many different scenarios when really you're anticipating something that may never happen, and rather than focusing on there and then.
And then she said it's one fight at a time anyway.
Yes.
So, you know,
sounds a very wise lady.
We've got one really tough contest to come here, and that will be the quarter-final whomsoever wins this, Mentz or Chibana, that'll be the one that Nikolic will have to get over.
It
After
will
that,
definitely
you're into
be
the semi-final.
yeah.
So,
but Minska, you can't write off someone. She's in pool B, and she's another feisty little character, a little pocket rocket, as I call them. But she can upset the odds. There's no doubt about it. So again, it's like, I'm quite sure Nikolic will be saying herself, it's just one match at a time. You never know.
Oh yeah, because I mean, Minska will have her own problems to deal with. First of all, with Monica Ungaranu, and then if she wins that, then the winner of Katerina Costa and Edna Carrillo.
And Carrillo got a bronze medal last year as well.
Exactly. So there's a way to go yet.
It's definitely been quite a strong weight category. When we were looking over all the weights, 48 seems to be well contended here in this competition.
Well, I mean, Loretta's talking about how strong the weight category is. We were just talking about, Loretta and I were just talking about what was likely to happen or what could unfold. That was in the top half of the draw.
Yes.
In the bottom half of the draw, that first quarter-final features Paola Pareto, the current Olympic champion, against Sarah Menezes, the former Olympic champion. So, you know, you've got two Olympic gold medalists there.
It's actually scary, isn't it, really?
How lucky is the #1 seed Milica Nikolic to have avoided both of them. They're both down in the lower half.
Yeah.
And then you've got Shira Rishoni, and with the greatest of respect to all the others, you know, we've got a couple who will have done very well to get to that quarter-final stage. Mary D. Vargas Ley of Chile. Julia Figueroa, well, she, you know, can
she's a strong,
she's
a strong athlete.
Did she medal last year?
No, she. Hold on, let's see.
I can't remember now.
No, she didn't.
And then Kelly Staton of Great Britain, who had a really good win in round 1 against Mira Ulrich of Germany.
Yes, and that was a good win for her. So I think the test for between those two is who comes through to the next round in the performance. But they'll have, whoever, I think it'll be Rishoni that most probably will get through to the quarter-final stage.
Katharina Mentz has picked up 2 penalties. Chibana just the 1. We've got 19 seconds left to go. There's no score. This one could be going into the golden score period.
A Huchigari attempt there. Oh, so close. Great reaction there from Chibana. Chibana, for me, I've watched her in many events, and I just feel that she's a little bit flat, very, very heavy on the feet, where normally she's a lot more bouncier. Her ashiwazas work really well, but she doesn't have that vibrance in her judo today.
It looked desperate, didn't it? That
lunge.
It
was like that lunge for what looked to be like a koji gak. Just totally mistimed that, and again, very, very slow. Normally that would come off a real bounce and fire right in, but it just doesn't seem to be the normal Chibana that we normally see.
Surprised that she didn't. I was going to say I was surprised that she didn't pick up the penalty for a false attack.
And she's just picked it there, yeah.
And the referee thought, okay, that was a false attack, but you're in Newaza now. I'm not going to break it up because there may be an advantage to the person that you have just false attacked. So I'll let that continue, but when you get up,
you're getting it. Yeah, a great bit of refereeing, there's no doubt about it, and that's what you like to see. Is they want to see what the aftermath will be from someone making a false error or a false attack, or in that way they wait just to see. If it doesn't pay off, then they don't forget.
Yeah, because Mentz had the advantage there. Yes. There was a false attack, but she could attack her on the ground.
She could have gone down and transitioned well.
Yeah, so she said, okay, I'm going to leave that.
Chibana there pulling on with that right hand on her opponent's left lapel, looking for the Cianagi, follows down into the ground, but straight away the German Mentz is in there. Menez working, trying to draw her opponent over the top. to secure the arm lock. Chibana trying to just control that arm that comes over the top, keeping the hands in front. She doesn't like the idea of that left hand coming over the top. Trying to control that sleeve, but nicely done. While she was focusing on that left hand coming over the top, she didn't see how vulnerable she was with the Ouchigari.
That's a top draw.
That was
there.
Nice.
Wow. Planted, didn't she?
Oh, that was a really nice bit of judo there.
And Chibana, doesn't go over that easily, but Mentz really put her away. So it'll be Katharina Mentz into the quarterfinal to face Milica Nikolic. Coming up next, Noa Minska of Israel to face Monica Ungaranu of Romania. It's Minska in the white judogi, Ungaranu in blue. Here's Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Well, this is coming out of Pool B, the second round. Minska, as we expect, a feisty little character as she bounces around. Obviously lacking the exchange for both of them, both trying to take control of the first grips, the kumikata, in this contest. But Minska tends to be a little bit more lively when she gets the opportunity than her opponents. Has that lightness in her judo as she pulls down on that lapel, but she's got her head caught up there, and the controlling factor there from the Romanian is slowing her down slightly. And I think this is most probably the tactical ploy of the Romanian, is to get that high collar, draw down and try to slow the pace up of the Israeli. Guerrero, slightly taller than her opponent, has that advantage, but this moment, just as you can see, just wants to settle her opponent down. And Minska, just like a little pocket rocket, just keeps firing in. Pace is very, very fast, and too fast for the Romanian to try and control it at this particular moment. So the Romanian really has to settle down and slow the Israeli down quite considerably, because she really finds that pace just too fast for her at this particular moment. Minska once again advances but bounces in, looks to want to engage first. It's like a little battle here going on for the Israeli, and we know that they're really well prepared. They're very fast, very fit and very strong athletes that come out of the Israeli team. There's no doubt about it. They're always well prepared and prepared to go for the 4 minutes and beyond. Now, Ngureru really is struggling with the pace of this contest. Hasn't managed to secure a kumikata, the grip over the top that she really opts for. The arm comes over the top, but really didn't secure anything other than stopped the pace of the Israeli. Minska again battles her way through the high grips. It gets herself drawn down to her knees against another ploy for the Romanian to just slow this young lady down. Very different styles of fighters. One very fast, one very much more composed and much more prepared to prep herself for the actual Chimata, but under pressure because Minska looking busy all the time. Not as threatening, but looking busy, which has given her the Tushido advantage. One more would be resulting in the hand Sokamaki. But she comes underneath her opponent, breaks the balance, follows through in the transition into the Niwaza, and we've still got 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining. And Minska could just keep going Guerrero really needs to try and change the tactical ploy here at this moment. Up until now, nothing's really worked. She hasn't managed to calm down this Israeli. So does she step up and play her at her own game? Can she have the ability to do that? She's got the judo, there's no doubt about it. She's got some beautiful techniques, but we've not managed to see it from the Romanian. And now are we seeing the third and final Shido going to happen, which means that this young lady from Romania will go out. But no, they've just tidied him up. She's got another crack at this with under a minute remaining. Frustrating as it is for Ungurari. Ouchigari, that was the first time she managed, she didn't even have the grip, but she managed technically to get that leg hooked in where Minska was looking for the Uchimata, braced herself in the Uchimata, left herself a little bit vulnerable with the Ouchigari. No score still, but again, a very strong threatening attack showing what this Romanian is capable of doing. Minska coming in with the Sianagi, the Sodi. But still plenty of life in this Israeli. She grapples away there for the left lapel, comes in. Well, she came in for the Sianagi. Ungurari from Romania tried to counter it, and you could see Minska switching it to what looked to be the Ouchigari. Now, it was a little bit of a 50-50 on the reaction, but did Minska have enough control as she switched out? Well, no, she didn't. It felt that it was purely the Romanians' actions to the Sianagi that caused that attack. So we're now into golden score. High collar grip, Will. This is a stronger grip for the Romanian. She's got that. Can she set it up? The Uchimata Ouchigari. Good combinations. A counter. Kosota. Oh, so close. And a change of direction for the Romanian as well. So for Minska, that was a good move. Almost a score, still looking very comfortable and confident out there against this Romanian who's battled her way through the first 4 minutes of this match, trying to just stabilize not only her opponent but to be able to set up and get some control. A little bit of frustration, as you can see, with the Romanian. The hands are down. The body language is saying that she really is frustrated completely with this contest, has not had her own way here. Minska has dominated the pace of this contest throughout. Looking very threatening, has had some great opportunities there. It's very close. The Sianagi, can she get the continuation roll? Well, the Romanian does very well to block that Sianagi. Romanian high collar grip, draws the head, slows the pace, but then finds herself on the receiving end of the Sianagi. Wasn't one of the strongest, and it was to get out of trouble, hence the reason for the second Shido. 2 Shidos apiece now. Either one of these athletes make a mistake, and the last thing we want is a hand sokumaki, because it's starting to become very interesting indeed. Again, Minska with the Sianagi, poorly judged. She's got to be careful and how she approaches with that Sianagi. Definitely has to. Well, this has been a bit of a turnaround now for the Romanian. She starts to look a little bit more in control. That high collar grip. But once more, there was a change. She waited for the counter off the Sianagi move. Very, very close and very uncomfortable, that exchange and that counter. she has to be so careful and has to make it look a very strong counter when she does react. Uchimata, but no sleeve, turning it into a makikomi. The leg was in very strong. Again, once more, she doesn't have the correct strong grip to be able to get the leverage over against Minska. Good attack there from Minska, but just didn't get the little finish and left off there. Guerrero with that high collar grip, draws her opponent's head down. Does she get the reaction from Minska? Well, the Sianagi is there. The wrong reaction. The Romanian's feeling she wanted that head to come up, so it exposed the Uchimata. Circling motion from Minska, and full credit to this young lady, still looks to have a little bit of life in her after the pace that she has produced throughout this 4 minutes. But the hands are starting to look tired as well, though. This is the problem. And when the hands become tired, the sharpness to stop the high collar grip, which is always going to be the danger for Minska, with the arm exchanging over the top, as we see there, the left hand, where she's got the Uchimata waiting. Now, counter-attack there. That looked very much a sharp reaction, and it was very clear on what the Romanian was trying to do. Before, it was so, a reaction was so quick off the exchange of the first attack that you could have felt that it was a combination rather than a counter. Uchimata switching the direction this time, taking it off to a weaker point and scoring a Wazari. Well, Minska, surprising how long she was able to maintain the pressure on her opponent. That pace was so fast that she started to become very, very tired in the latter stage of the contest and into golden score. You could see the hands started to drop, and that's where Nguerero took full advantage with the high collar grip, Uchimata, and then changing the direction from the forward to a back attack. So a great win there for the Romania, who goes through to the next round, the quarter-final stage of the under 48s. And she'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up now. Now we have Costa, Catarina Costa from Portugal in the white, Edna Carrillo of Mexico in the blue. Now, as we know, Carrillo was a bronze medalist last year in this competition. Be wanting to either to get on that podium, definitely, but wanting to do one better, get into the final. She has some good matches on along the way. Jarrell of the USA defeated her American opponent. Tough warm-up match, and sometimes having that warm-up match gives you a good indication of how your day's going to go as far as a general overall performance. For Costa, this is her first match of the day, so she really hasn't had that feel of the energy that's here in this stadium on the field of play. But Costa, 5th in the World Championships this year, and also medalled in Antalya and Agadir, with Antalya with a gold medal, taking the title there, and an Agadir a silver medalist. So very much But Costa's performance in the World Championships was outstanding. Well, Carrillo has that high collar grip, drawing Costa's head down, comes across with a big harai, oguruma. Uchimata attempt, the big leggy techniques that this young lady favours. With that high collar grip, definitely a good positioning for those attacks. And definitely nice techniques, the big oguruma and shiguruma. Harai-goshi's big leggy techniques, nice uchimatas. Not always seen so much with the lightweights. Tend to find a lot more of the makikomi seoinagis. You have especially the taller ones will do the uchimatas. Kosoto, well, you've seen a nice display of judo there from Carrillo, the Kosotas. That high collar grip is costing Costa so many problems, but she still has that lead of a wazari, but she picks up a shido for lack of engagement there. That high collar grip is causing her a few problems at the moment, and we have a minute and a half remaining in this contest. Carrillo with the high collar grip once more, draws Costa down to her knees. Bit of a false attack there, Costa feeling under a lot of pressure. Gotta be careful when she drops down there. She doesn't want to start accumulating these shidos. Still got 1 minute and 14 seconds to stay engaged in this contest. Cannot afford to just steal this match on that wazari. It seems a big throw, but not when someone like Carrillo is bounced back from it and shows such a good repertoire of techniques. Well, the second shido now goes to Costa, and that pressure is starting to pile on. She has the wazari, but she also has two shidos. One more shido would throw away this match for Costa. This young lady, 5th in the World Championships, had a blinder of a World Championships competition, and is really now starting to feel the pressure here in this match. Carrillo really has to keep playing that high collar grip. Yes, the Kosota that evens this, surely gives her the score. Beautiful attack there. Well, possibly the landing wasn't good enough, but the Kosota was a lovely attack from Carrillo. High collar grip over onto the belt, puts in the attacks. The Uchimata's there. Can she get it? This young man, oh goodness me. The Mexican couldn't have done any more in there, very deep, but for Costa, this is where she needs to keep her. The crowd behind this young lady from Mexico is boosting her confidence, but the time has run out. Sadly, that exchange that brought her down into the niwaza was what was the saviour for Costa in this fight match. So Costa goes through on a very challenging round into the quarterfinals. Now we have the second round of the under 60 kilos, and this is up against Garrigos of Spain in the white and Kitadale of Brazil in the blue. Both very strong athletes, technically shown some really nice judo, but Garrigos had a bye in the first round as the number 1 seed. Gold medalist in last year's Cancun. Garrigos will be wanting to make sure he maintains a place in the top 4. Very strong turnouts in this 18, maybe not the largest of weight categories. So what we are expected to see on a general Grand Prix tour, 18 in total here in Cancun. Well, we've just come back from the World Championships, so obviously for some of the athletes it was giving that time to prepare themselves a little bit longer and recovery time from the Worlds. Garrigos there, as you can see, with the foot just hooked in into the center, looking for that turnover. The Brazilian bracing it slightly there, which possibly a little bit too quick for my liking for the mate. Would have liked to have seen as it was nicely positioned, but maybe it just took him too long to get that foot in the inside to get the rotation and the turnover in the Niwaza. Garrigos there playing the edge a little bit dangerously there. As we know, if he steps off voluntarily, it will be a Shido for him, and the last thing they want to do in the early stages of this contest to start accumulating these Shidos. High collar grip though there. He's working quite nicely to draw his opponent's head down, trying to get the reaction of the head coming up. Head didn't come up. The Brazilian felt under a lot of pressure there, opted instead of bringing the head up and for the combination to just drop, and there picks up the Shido for that effort. Just felt that most probably was the wisest of moves, considering the high collar grip that his opponent has got on him. But comes in for the Seoinage this time, a little bit deeper, gets the rotation, doesn't get the finishing to it, but nevertheless a strong entry on the Seoinage. Garrigos there with the sleeve grip as he drops underneath his opponent. Comes in very deep. Once more he favours this high collar grip and controls an attempt of a Sutemi Waza, but possibly a lure down into the knee Waza. Went for the arm lock, little bit slow to react for the Osakomi where he had that opportunity there, but definitely a ploy to get him down on the ground. I think Garrigos feels that there's an opportunity there. Garrigos there, high collar grip, draw his opponent head, controls that shoulder quite nicely, looks to get the bounce on the feet as well as the bounce on his opponent for that head to come up. He's not getting the Brazilian to react the way he wants to, but nevertheless, without reacting, he picks up the second Shido. So Kitade under a lot of trouble now. He's really under the pressure. He needs to start now change the dynamics of this contest. At the moment, that high collar grip has caused him so many problems along the way, and hence the reason of the two Shidos. Garrigos still on the challenge. Follows through now. This is where he's very comfortable in the ground. As you can see, he's trying to rough up that shoulder, but the attempt of the shimiwaza really should have taken away from the face. Might have had an opportunity to forward on in a rollover for the osakomi. High collar grip again that's been causing the Brazilians so many problems. Sumigeshi there. Nice attack once more for the Spaniard. Cianagi, oh, very poorly judged Cianagi there. And could this be the last and final Shido being awarded? Possibly. He really didn't get, he misjudged that poorly. And I think this has cost him the match and a place in the quarterfinal. So Gagrigos goes through to the next round as the result of the hand sokimaki awarded to Kitadai of Brazil. Jacado here representing the Netherlands in the white. De Straten of Belgium in the blue. Well, for Straten here, he had a bye in the first round, so this is his first entry match in this contest. He was bronze medalist last year. Both looking very strong with the kumikata, but the Dutchman draws his opponent down onto his knees, making him look quite passive there at the exchange of grips. Flexing a little bit more muscle than his opponent at this particular moment, but there the Belgium comes in with a Cianagi movement. Totally misjudged on that one, picks up a Shido for his efforts. Dutchman breaking off the grip, coming in for Moretti Cianagi. Didn't come in deep enough, and by rescuing himself, has to be very careful as he tries to spin out. Get caught on the rebound of advancing back out, of unwinding himself from the Cianagi. The Ouchigari, nicely done there. Good entry. Didn't have Kazushi there, but the Ouchi hook was nice. A real hop in action, but really needed to bear down to the rear on that attack. The Straten there on the receiving end of that Cianagi spins out, good aerial awareness as he works his way down on the edge of the contest area. Tries to get that turnover. Again now, De Straten, good lapel grip, he's got the sleeve. He's building up for something. He again misjudged it slightly there. Needed to get a better reaction off the Dutchman, who braced very hard as he entered. Hip throw, beautifully done. gets the lift, sadly didn't get the finish. Jacquedo, very, very strong. He's had two attacks that are very close to scoring with the hip throws. Cianagi there, beautifully done. So close there once more of scoring. But has to be careful in the transition. And the Niwaza left his arm a little bit exposed there for the arm lock. Verstraeten engaging, circling motion around, lapel grip, looks for the Cianagi, but there you could see the foot slightly opting for the Kouchigari, but the Kosota was there, stumbling his opponent to the rear. Nice combination of attacks there for this young man from Belgium, who's starting to come alive a little bit and building up a lot more confidence in this contest. With 17 seconds remaining, it's looking very much like this will go to golden score. And a good strong lapel controlling grip, but walks on to the Cianagi, does very well to spin out, but a very close call for Verstraeten. Verstraeten really has to be careful there. So both now follow through into the golden score. The only division between these two is Verstraeten with 1 Shido on the board in the earlier minutes of this contest. With a poor drop, Cianagi of his own doing that gave him that Shido. That Dutchman holding on to his opponent's sleeve. Again, got to be careful in the judgments of that Cianagi, but blocked, and the referee could see it was a block off the Cianagi, lack of engagement, which means now it's a Shido apiece for both the competitors. Cross grip there from the Belgian. Tominagi. Good strong attack. Some good attacks now coming from Verstraeten. Looking very busy out there, sadly putting a lot of work in there and hopefully not burning himself out. But oh, and there was a poor judgment, but a good anticipation of that movement that scored him the Wazari for the Dutchman. So spoke just so soon, as we were saying. Verstraeten really just kept putting the pressure on. There was a lot of attacks coming from him, and he was starting to burn himself out. A poor judgment on that latter stage of that Cianagi was anticipated well from Jacquedo, who did the Kosota, and good upper body Tewaza control. Presido of Ecuador in the white, Vergara of Panama in the white, in the blue, and sadly a very quick exit for Vergara. Sadly didn't get started, but the care system will have another look at that just to see the precise landing of that attack. It was very, very quick a reaction. obviously a very tricky one to look at the angle, supposing, but well, that's a win for Ecuador. Preciado takes the win within seconds of venturing on to the contest area. So Preciado will be up against the winner of the next match that's coming up very shortly. Basu of Morocco in the white and Rosado of Mexico in the blue. Rosado representing Mexico with this crowd behind him. Well, watching them all warm up at the beginning of the day. Great team effort there, great team spirits, supporting each other very well. And they've got some nice skills, as if the warm-up has got anything to do, but he'll be up against a very strong opponent. Basu, a lot of experience under his belt, and great performance at the World Championships in Baku a couple of weeks ago. And Moroccans are putting a lot of effort and finance into judo at the moment, and that's starting to pay off quite considerably in the performances from the Moroccan team. Cianagi, but a switch to the Ouchigari, a nice combination, reacted the flexibility of his opponent. And you can see Preciado just at the edge of the field of play, at the exit of the arena, just watching on to see the result of his next match. Who will he get in the next round for a place in the semi-final of this under 60 kilos? 18 athletes participated, and we're in now to the stage of the quarterfinals, which is a real crucial stage, because as we know, straight knockout until the quarterfinals, and then you have an opportunity, if you lose in the quarterfinals, to go into the repechage and fight on for an opportunity for a bronze medal. And you're in the placings, which when it comes to vital points for qualification of the Olympic Games, these are so important stages for them. Now, good Ashiwaza attempt there. No score as yet, but still, there's a real battle going on between both these athletes. Basu, you would say on paper, is most probably the stronger of the two athletes, but there's never such an easy match going on in these World Circuit tournaments. Basu coming in with the Cianagi. Rosado on the receiving end once more, but stomps back to the centre of the contest area, once again engaging first, driving onto his opponents, which seems to be sort of riding the Cianagis from Basu. He's got to be careful. He has got some nice techniques. We saw the Cianagi and the Ouchigari from the Mexican, which looked really threatening. Good combination, showed the flexibility he has, but as the minutes will progress, he will start to become very tired, and how precise they will be is another thing. But here we have the first Shiro for Basu, which rightly so. His body language has been showing us that he's disengaged by constantly moving back towards the edge of the contest area and allowing his opponent to come on to what was his Cianagis. But here, finishing, Kosota, beautiful attack, played it off the contest area, the edge of the contest area, and the Mexican fell for that. He pushed him onto the edge, thought he had an opportunity, but Basu was waiting for him there with the Kosota. So Basu will go through into the quarterfinals, where he will meet Preciado of Ecuador later on in the day. So we're going to go on now to the ladies, the under 52 kilos. Pereira Jessica of Brazil in the white, Fabienne Kocher. Kocher of Switzerland. Well, the high collar grip there, as you can see, from Kocher. I do hope that I'm pronouncing that right. If not, my apologies for that one. Stepping across there. Well, a very strong grip there from Pereira. As you can see, the high collar controlling that shoulder nicely. Doesn't seem to be threatened too much at all at the moment from this young lady from Switzerland. The Brazilian coming in. The Sangaku hooks in behind that elbow, tries to dig in very deep there. Well defended. Well, a couple of attacks there, a little bit short in their entries. And that was a very poorly judged one from the Brazilian, who picks up a Shido for that effort. He was sort of plagued with that sleeve grip, and oh, lovely attack there. Beautifully executed. And Osakomi, well, she hasn't secured it as yet, but almost had a finish there. Kocher there doing extremely well, takes a comfortable lead halfway through this contest, but we cannot write off the Brazilian. Very, very strong athlete in this weight category. Especially as she comes in as the #1 seed, 5th in the World Championships. Definitely cannot write her off, especially halfway through this contest. Well, Kocher piles the pressure on enough for Pereira to pick up the second Shido. One more would result for her. The problem is Kocher there comes, steps across again for almost another Wazari to finish this off. Jessica Pereira looks like that she could be going out as the #1 seed in the second round. She had a bye in the first round. This is her first, but there's the Osakomi. Have they well, they haven't called it as yet, but it's looking controlling from this angle. Yes, there it's the Osakomi, the Wazari Aseti upon, and Kocher comes through to the next round for Switzerland. A brilliant win for this young lady that came in as an unseeded athlete, and to take out Pereira of Brazil, the #1 seed. So that was one of the first upsets so far in this weight category. So now we have from Pool A, and the winner of this match will go on to fight for a place in the semi-final against Cocker of Switzerland, and that's Ramos of Portugal, and the Australian Easton, who had a great match against Olvera of Mexico in her first match. Well, this is where you have a young, up-and-coming, hungry athlete from Australia. Bags of enthusiasm, bags of energy, and all to win, and nothing to lose. Where you have Ramos, that's a very experienced athlete in her own right, seeded in this competition, and has had quite a few scalps along the way throughout her judo career. Possibly one of the oldest athletes within this weight category here today. Senior European Championships last year was a bronze medalist, but defeats her opponent quite comfortably to take her into the quarter-final. Well, the Australian might be a little bit disappointed, but she's got a lot going for her. There's a lot of experience gained from this competition, and she'll reflect in a more positive way a little bit later on. But for Ramos, it's a place against Cocker of Switzerland later on. But we have now another very experienced two athletes, and you've got Cohen of Israel in the white, Kuznetsova of Russia in the blue. Well, another one of a very strong line of athletes from Israel. They've got some very young athletes, but battle away along this circuit for a couple of years now, and gaining more and more experience, and has picked up some quite impressive results along the way. But feistiness and directness of this Israeli is becoming a little bit too overwhelming for the Russian at this moment. She really is finding it very difficult to stable herself and take a little bit of control in this contest against the Israeli. Cohen, as you can see on the lapel grip, controlling the Russian. Uchigari stumbles her opponent down onto her backside there. Nice attack. Good strong start there from Kuznetsova of Russia. Cohen will be a little bit on the of a little bit shocked most probably by that. I don't think it was a score, but the problem is, was it a continuous movement, so it was directed back? The first initial landing was to the rear, but did it actually go and continue the roll? Well, having another look at it, no, it's a right call, and no score was awarded. Kuznetsova comes in with the Cianagi. Cohen there on the receiving end of the arm lock. The attempt of the Jujikatami. Well, Kuznetsova starting to look like she's settling into this contest, but Cohen catches her with the Kouchigari once more, but you can see dragging her opponent's head down and working the feet, stumbling her backwards. It's a very awkward situation because pulling the head down and then attempting the Kouchis and Kosotas, they would only really be effective if she allowed the Russian's head to come up, which means that the weight would start to travel to the rear. She was so much closer to the front than, so it wouldn't have been effective, but it gave her the right result. It gave her a Shido again, which put Kuznetsova under a lot of pressure with 2 Shidos to go. One more would result in the Hansokumaki, which is a disqualification, as Cohen draws her opponent into the edge of the contest area and starts piling on more pressure with that high collar grip. Kuznetsova there works her way down into the Niwaza, and their only way of salvaging what seemed to be a really impossible situation for her. Cohen circling action, comes in, keeps the hands at bay, but there's that Ouchigaru. We saw that from Kuznetsova earlier on, where she stumbled at Cohen onto a backside, never continued the drive forward, but still it was a strong attack to give Cohen a bit of a wake-up call. Cohen driving onto her opponent. Kuznetsova, high collar grip, gets a nice controlling grip there. As you can see, the head gets pulled down, but she can do anything with it. Cohen reverses it, switches on the high collar, then drives her opponent down into the ground. Good Tewaza movements, nice upper body control. An absolute little powerhouse, this Israelian. And once more throws the arm over, even though she has the disadvantage of being slightly shorter than her Russian opponent. Still gutsy enough to come up high. And I say gutsy because going high when someone's got a cracking Ouchigari means that there's a lot of danger that she puts herself in. Going again once more, bouncing slightly, really focused, both very, very strong in coming into this golden score. 2 Shidos tears them apart. It makes it very difficult for Kuznetsova. Whoa, a bit of a turn there, but she turned out. She was really unaware of the edge of the contest area, and really that could have been the 3rd and final Shido for her. She backpedals to the edge of the contest area. Cohen tries to break off the grips, gets in deep over the back, comes again pressurizing her opponent down into the Niwaza to look to follow into the Niwaza there. Again looking very strong. Cohen has taken full advantage of the position she finds herself going into this golden score. Knows her opponent's got 2 Shidos. One more would result in the Hansokumaki. So can afford to pile on more and more pressure. But the Ouchigari once again. Kuznetsova was so close to scoring, and there's a real danger there for Cohen. She's got to be careful with the rear attacks from her Russian opponent. Kochi into oh goodness me, that could have been the Kosota combination, but also could have been a counter. The Russian now looking for the Niwaza. From this angle, can't see whether it's the Shimiwaza or the arm lock she's going for. Goes for the Jujikatami. Needs to control that head, as you can see the legs being pulled up. But the arm lock's on. Can she get it? And yes, she does. Cohen falls into the trap of the Russians' vice. The arm lock was there, the Jujigatami. What a finish for Kuznetsova that looked like it was all over and done with 2 Shiros on the board. Brings it back into play and takes herself into the quarter-final. Fantastic. Now we have Peronic of Poland in the white. Gamara Bajal from Peru. Peronic there. Comes round the back. As you can see, she's got that lapel grip under the arm, onto the lapel, controlling quite nicely. Comes in for a rear attack there, the Kosota. Gambara. Slightly more control, but there you have Peronic controlling very comfortably, as you've got the Sangaku on the head there, controlling nicely, which allows, with that much control on the head, for the hands to be released from the sleeves and bracing herself down onto her opponent's chest with her rear end. What a hold down, and a very uncomfortable one, but very effective indeed from Peronic, that goes through to the next round. Nicely done. And she'll be up against Kuznetsova of Russia in that quarter-final stage. Well, it's the type of judo you would expect from Poland. Very, very good in their transition and their execution of some very sophisticated and very strong techniques. Now we're going to the under 66. Cagnin of Brazil in the white, Perez of Italy in the blue. Well, Perez had a very convincing win in the first round against Vermeer of Mexico. Cagnin, #1 seed coming into this competition, had a bye in the first round. So this is the first time we've seen him here today. Fifth in the World Championships, Cagnin, and along with world champion juniors both strong kumikatas, controlling each other's movements quite nicely there. A little bit of a strong close fought match between both of them. Perez Referring to the referee as the sleeves were being drawn down and controlled. Well, instead of telling the referee how to do his job, he should just get on with the job at hand, and his opponent is his main opposition here. Cagnin, a major threat for him, so he should stay very focused on his opponent. As she was her attempt there, driving his opponent off the contest area. Perez, very strong looking. The Brazilian with 2 shidos now, but he has got the wazari. He's defending, but is he defending too much? Is his tactics starting to run out? Well, we've already seen one Brazilian go out there with a very strong contender, and Cagnin really has to be very careful now. We're still halfway through this contest, and 2 shidos on the board with wazari. It's a very dangerous position and predicament to be in for the Brazilian. The Kosoto, oh, that beautiful drive lift. Did he get the score? Well, from this angle it looked like a wazari as he tries to follow through into the niwaza. But again, a great exchange from the Brazilian. Got the leverage that he wanted, but obviously didn't get the landing position just right. Perez now having to really battle here, but he knows that his opponent has the 2 shidos. So the Brazilian cannot afford to put any false attacks in this match now. With still a minute and a half to go. A lifetime out there for someone with 2 shidos and 1 wazari. Would be an absolute shame. A lovely counter-attack continuation there. And was that... I would have thought it was a score from here. It was a continuation, a counter from the Cianagi. Sutemi was her attempt by the Brazilian. Perez piling on the pressure. Well, it would be an absolute shame if we were to see the 3rd and final shido. It really would. But I think there's my suspicions is they're looking at the score that we saw with the counter. Well, I hope they are. But the Brazilian looking a little bit worried there. Well, the anticipation is killing us all, wondering what is going on with the replay. What do they see? What have we missed? My only thoughts is that it could have been a score, but was it a leg grab? Which would result in the 3rd and final shido. Well, it's the score, and rightly so. Oh, and he has to, while congratulating himself, gotta be careful. A wazari Aseti upon, and Cagnin, yes, from that counter, got the wazari that we all thought was on the cards. Well, now we have coming up, staying with the under 66, Crisostomo of Portugal in the white, Azima from France in the blue. Both these athletes had a match in their first round, both strong, very confident performances. Crisostomo with Hernandez of Colombia defeated his opponent very swiftly. And also Azima against Cadet of Haiti. Again, another convincing win. I don't think they were very challenged too much within the first round, but this definitely will be a challenge for each other in this second round here for the place in the quarterfinal. Frenchman looking very keen out there. Crisostomo getting a bit of a hack to the leg there. Bit of an ouch moment, but you always feel that you try not to give away percentages, and showing a little bit of how someone has affected you with a sweep that goes wrong sometimes shows a little bit of a sign of lack of confidence. In my personal opinion, you show someone that's got either an injury or something that's plaguing them, you always tend to feel that their focus doesn't seem to be purely on the attack, rather than just on the movement of the pain of that leg. Well, there you have it, the first Shido, and that lack of focusing against his opponent is starting to show some wear on him. Picking up the first Shido. Azima will be picking up more and more confidence in this match. He also gets the first Shido as well, so it's a Shido apiece for both the athletes. Well, I don't know if it's a Shido apiece because it only seems to be gone onto Azima, so possibly they've taken it off Cristomo. Crisostomo there with the Cianagi, double attack at it. First time wasn't a good entry, the second time wasn't that much better, to be honest. Azima using the ashiwazas, draws his opponent down into the position of Niwaza, trying to look for an opportunity. Very slow to react there, and possibly more of a ploy to show flex a little bit of muscle down there, pile a bit of pressure on his opponent. Crisostomo trying to back out, doesn't like the idea of that high collar grip, just to back off that. Portuguese with a Tayatoshi as it came out, left himself a little bit vulnerable, tried to capitalise on a loss of control there. The referee obviously felt that neither one of the athletes were in control. Well, it is a battle going on between both these athletes, and really you cannot write either one of them out. Azima seems a little bit more confident out there against his opponent. Possibly a situation he's got nothing to lose and all to gain in this match against a more experienced athlete. Great attack there. If they work in the edge of the contest area. Cianagi, poorly judged as far as the entry was concerned, tried to rescue it by bringing the arm up for the Ippon Cianagi. Azima taken last year a bronze medal in the Tunis African Open. Well, it has been a real battle between both these athletes. Only one Shido divides them. Azima still, for me, looks to have more confidence in this contest.
I know it may be a second before they... it was 1 second. He's on the ball, isn't he?
He's
He's
really
right.
Sharp, isn't he?
Yeah, I left you for a long time. I had this PR thing to do with 2 young children who were visiting from Great Britain, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. They came on a holiday here, just a family holiday, staying at an all-inclusive. The children are absolutely judo mad, and by some chance they happen to see some judo players in the hotel. He's going to get a score for that. That's a soft score. It really is. He sat down on his backside and basically just got pushed down, but they're going to put that on the board. Yeah, so
good upper body control. That's the most important thing. He had the control to get that score.
So these 2 young children who are visiting from Eastleigh in Hampshire found out that there was a judo competition, persuaded their parents to bring them here for the day. It's pelting with rain outside anyway, so just as well. And I saw them and I took them downstairs and into the warm-up area, and we went back of house and everything, and they knew all of the British team. So I asked them, well, how do you know who they are? And they said, we watch judo TV. So I said, do you know who I am? I said, no. So deflated as I was then, I said, I'm the commentator, and the little guy said, oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Right. O'Neill Solis of Cuba faces Matic Poljak of Slovakia. It's Solis in the white judogi, Poljak in blue. The judo continues, round 2 of the under 66 kilo category. Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel has just won her contest on mat number 2 against Leilani Akiyama of the United States of America. That's round 2 of the under 57 kilo category. She goes through to, I think it is the quarterfinal now. Yeah, she's in the quarterfinal. That's Timna Nelson-Levy. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening on mat 2 from time to time as we get that information. But if you want to watch 2, you can just click on 2. We are focusing here on mat number 1. Well, it won't be long before those 2 little British girls get to see one of their heroines, because we went back of house and met Nakoda Smythe-Davis. She's up against Amelia Fulgentis of the United States of America. That's a contest coming up shortly. What a thing for them.
Well,
to
it's an
meet
exciting thing,
heroes.
isn't it, to come over here and find out judo enthusiasts and that with their possible yellow belts on, thinking, oh, I can come and see some judo. Parents are going, I take them every week to judo. I was wanting a break from being a glorified taxi driver.
One of the little girls is a yellow belt. The other said, I'm an orange belt, but I'm nearly green.
I'm nearly green.
Said,
and that
she's got a few bars on there.
That's very important.
Yeah, and they were so enthusiastic that they had actually brought on holiday with them the last medals that they had won. And when they said, Mum and Dad said, we'll take you to judo, they said, can we take our medals? So they had their medals that they had won at their last competition, because they just loved it so much, despite the fact that they didn't know that there was a judo competition going on here. They really
lovely,
are
isn't
enthusiastic.
That's really a nice story.
Well, we were going to bring them up here to meet you, but I thought, well, you've got your hands full.
I'll give them a little wave later.
You don't want a couple of kids up in the commentary.
I'm sure they'll do a good job.
Oh yeah, I asked them their favourite techniques. One liked Taitoshi, and the other, the little one, said Osoto Otoshi.
Osoto Otoshi.
There's a little monster in the making, isn't it? Look.
That's a future athlete in the making there.
No score as yet between Solis in the white judogi and Poljak in blue. He had a good win earlier on.
Yes, he defeated
the Slovakian. I'm talking about.
Oh right.
He had a good win earlier on.
Paltino Villagara.
Yeah, the Puerto Rican gave him gave him some problems and took him almost to the end of the contest, but he scored Wazari with about 40 seconds left to go, and then he kind of hung on. He didn't have a Shido against him, but gave one up. But, you know, it was okay.
There's a lovely Uchigari there for Solis as he throws the arm over the top. Great opportunity. Oh, the Osota! Oh! What a finish! Oh, that was so nice. Well, an amazing attack there from the Slovak. No score? Well, that surprises. Well, this has definitely livened up this match, no doubt. 1 minute remaining. The Kosota there. An attempt from Polak.
He's not a bad boy, is he, the Slovak?
No, the Slovakian's doing really well.
Down on mat number 2, just getting underway. Jessica Klimke of Canada faces Tamiris Crude of Brazil. If you want to see that one, we're going to stay here.
Oh, Koshikuruma attack, he's continuing the move, but run out of steam on that one.
Good effort though, wasn't it? It looked for a moment as though with the final push he was going to catch him.
He was going to catch it, and that's what we would like to see, this come back into play with a Wazari to even it up.
And it just stalled. Oh, turnover? No, lost the leg.
No. Well, he was desperately trying to keep him down in the Niwaza because that's where the valuable seconds tick away in this contest. The longer he stays down in ground, the less trouble he's in the Tachiwaza. Solis comes over the top. He's desperately trying to get that arm deep. It comes in. Poor judgment there with the Tayatoshi. 3 seconds to go. Polak looks up at the scoreboard and knows that that's a good win.
3 weeks ago, when we were in Baku, or 2.5, is it?
2.5.
He was leading by Wazari with about 40 seconds to go and lost against the fighter from Mozambique.
That's correct.
This morning he was leading by Wazari with 30 seconds to go, thought about attacking, decided not to, and just, you know, went to ground and picked up a Shido. Today, with about 40 seconds to go, he leads by Wazari, picked up that single Shido. I think you may have learned his lesson.
Yes,
you know,
possibly.
He's just been that little bit more careful in the last few seconds of the contest now, and he's got 2 wins to his name. Does that take him into the quarterfinal? I think it does.
Yes, that takes him into the quarterfinal. Oh, put down.
Doesn't matter. Solis, for a moment, on Loretta's sheet, had made his way into the quarterfinal, but quickly had to erase him.
I just realised what I wrote.
he'd have been happy with that.
I'm sure he would.
On the mat now, Aram Grigorian of Russia faces Matthias van Harten of the Netherlands. It's Grigorian in the white judogi, van Harten in blue. Grigorian didn't look at his sparkling best earlier on, but
no,
hey,
I didn't. But it was against Basu. He's a strong, feisty character. He's not a bad boy at all. And
Imad Basu, yeah,
can give trouble to anybody out there. But managed to pull it all together, and Grigorian now fights for a place in the quarterfinal. Van Harten, for me, though, is starting to look good. He's starting to build in confidence out on this world circuit. But Grigorian there.
A little bit of tumbling around, but no score. You know, there's something about Lubomir Petter, the referee in the middle, that just smacks of confidence.
Yeah, he's a good referee.
Twice now there's been that possible thing, hasn't batted an eyelid, had a look at it, leave it. Frank Wolf is a little bit like that, you know,
I think we've got some very good referees out there. It's no doubt about it. They've been spot on today.
Yeah, this is a really good group. I was looking at the lineup here and I was thinking, how many of these will be in the Olympic Games? There's going to be a few of these who will go to the Games from this group. So, and even some of the fighters here recognizing that, they know.
Vasily
Smolin, the Russian
for me
down
is
there.
very, very strong. in the World Championships. He was excellent.
And also Orlando Cruz from the Dominican Republic.
He was good, and he was up there in the Worlds. He was doing really well.
And it's not being disparaging to the Dominican Republic. It's not often that you're going to get, you know, that high quality produced from such a small country, but there he is.
And there might be some people that say, "No, you're talking about performances of referees." Well, yes,
they have to
are
perform.
So important to these events, because poor judgments could poor results.
No scorers yet. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. Van Houten just losing contact with the hands there, and that gap came in.
He looked a little bit loose there.
Yeah.
He came in for that Cianagi attempt, but I think he lost a little bit of confidence there and tried to come back on himself. Just looked a little bit untidy and a bit messy there, but could have actually cost him a position of sort of going in that transition into Newaza if Grigorian had reacted better.
I can see down at the far end of the competition hall, Nakoda Smythe-Davis just waiting for her turn to come to the mat. Won't be long now before the #1 seed.
Yes, the world silver medalist.
Yeah, what a thing, eh?
Brilliant performance for that young lady, and such a nice lady as well. Great ambassador for women's judo.
Wazari on the board for Grigorian. He leads with 1:40 left to go. Klimke has just won her contest down on mat 2. She goes in to, is that the quarter-final? Round 2? Yeah, must be quarter-final now for her. Well, well, well. Another step towards her goal. The podium would be nice, but she really, you know, fancies a top spot.
I think she needs it, to be honest. We were speaking about this, wasn't we, a couple of days ago? And I do generally feel that she needs this. She needs to charge forward and get a big win under her belt against her teammate Deguchi. And it isn't about battling against both of them. It's just proving a point to herself, rather than constantly looking to a teammate, looking to what she's capable of doing and where she places herself on the world circuit.
In that respect, you know, given that she's number 10 in the world, then a podium place, given that Nakoda Smythe-Davis, you know, is the world silver medalist, you know, she's the #1 seed, that would not be bad. It wouldn't be bad.
No, it wouldn't be bad. Winning it.
Oh, that'd be a... Well, for me, I just feel, and it's not because I'm British, but on this occasion, I just feel
Nakoda is just buzzing.
Yeah.
She is oozing so much confidence. She's in a really good place at this moment. And yeah, like you say, it's not because we're British, but it's just that you can see with the body language of her, how she was at the back of house, how she's warmed up, everything about her travelling here. And I was fortunate enough to be on the same flight as her. Speaking to her, she's just in a really comfortable and good position at this moment.
I reckon the semi-final lineup is likely to be Smythe-Davis against Rafaela Silva, Timna Nelson-Levy against Jessica Klimke. I think that
I think
what we're going to see.
Yeah, I think you're right there. But we have this Grigorian that takes the win upon and a place now in the quarterfinals, and he'll be up against Polak of Slovak a little bit later on, so that'll be that'll be an interesting rough match.
He looks as though he's just got too many weapons, the Russian. He's a funny fighter in so much as he only does as much as he's asked to. You know, don't ask him, he's not going to show it.
He steps up to the challenges that's in front of him,
yeah,
and he'll not do any more. There's no sort of showcasing at all with him. He just does enough.
Well, we spoke about Nakoda Smythe-Davis, and here she is in the white judogi against Amelia Fulgentis of the United States of America. It's the #1 seed on the tatami at the moment.
Fulgentis obviously had a first match with Machado of Venezuela. It was a great win for her there, for Smythe-Davis. She had a bye into the second round, so this is the first time we've seen her here today. As we said, she's been looking good, very confident out here, and really looking forward to this. Very sharp.
There's a feeling, you know, you could see from that movement that she felt that attack coming on the right before it really developed, because as Fulgentis got in there, Smythe-Davis was somewhere else. She'd gone.
She anticipated it well.
Yeah, she wasn't in the spot any longer.
She has a really good feel within her judo. She moves quite naturally, but she moves with confidence. There's nothing that's going to phase her, whether someone's aggressive or technically better. She tends to be able to examine each movement and be able to perform on whoever she's up against.
Just settling here.
Well, it's a Shido apiece, and she'll not be bothered by that at all. We've seen this before, and it's like that. She's not going to be. She's not going to be provoked into doing anything else other than what she set out to do at the beginning of the contest. Her actions are very controlled. She broke down there, worked, ready to break into the transition of the Niwaza, and she's looking for an opportunity there, and that's it. There was a blatant drop there from the American. A Shido been awarded.
Again, referee following, allowing Smythe-Davis to try the Niwaza.
The advantage was
didn't give her long enough. Could have given her a little bit long.
Yeah.
But then at the back end of it, he then said, well, you know, I'm going to call Mate here because, you know, there's a Shido to come here. Probably going to get another now.
Yes.
Kate Howie was signalling that Fulgentis had left the competition here. She gets away with that. Kate is a new mum, isn't she, Kate?
Is she?
Yeah. Her and her partner have a little boy. She must be missing him now.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
Yeah, this doesn't look good, does it?
No, this is where Smythe-Davis is in her element. She loves the Niwaza. She's got some beautiful skills down there. She has control in the head very nicely before trying to engage, taking that leg out. And she's just taking her time now. She's not going to rush this. She's getting enough there, and still got time as she works it. It's just the foot.
Oh, got the other one.
No, she's got the other one, but the tie-up of the upper part of the body is the winning ingredients in that movement. And she's not, though she hasn't got the head, she's got it now, but she had full control of that shoulder. And she's very, very strong.
Yeah, it's warming up now. All the weight categories beginning to fill up with the names that we expected, and there are going to be some really good matchups. It's always difficult immediately after a World Championships to get high quality, but not in the Olympic qualification period, because the focus doesn't stop for those that need to qualify. So it could have been last year, this would have been fairly flat. Not this year. You've still got people.
What's refreshing is that we've seen people that have had, like Nakoda Smythe-Davis, that has taken a silver medal in the World Championships. 2 weeks later, Bush is back in there, back into the charge of picking up these points and qualifying for the Olympic place. She is so focused. That was one stepping stone. The Olympic Games is that focus.
Yeah, if you're on song, it's perfectly possible that you and your coach will agree, hey, why stop now?
Exactly.
I'm on a roll here.
Why just take out? If you're if you're feeling good and you're in a good position, you go for it, because really, like judo, you can't anticipate what's going to happen from one event to the next. And we know that athletes do pick up injuries, and if you pick up closer to the Olympic Games and those crucial points are really important, then you're in trouble.
Well, the winner of the current contest between Sabrina Filzmöser of Austria in the white judogi and Loredana Ohai of Romania in blue will face Nakoda Smythe-Davis in the first of the quarterfinals. The winner of this one.
Well, Vitten also, as you can see, with the high collar grip, drawing her opponent to the edge of the contest area, putting a little bit of pressure on Ohio. Dominating how this match is going to go right now. Filzmöser really not doing anything. She's got good kumikata, but she's doing nothing. So really both of them should be getting a shido from that.
Yep.
One thing to have good grips and good strong postures, but another thing is to be able to throw from it. Filsmoa, as you can see, throws that arm. It's quickly taken down by her opponent. Draws it across her chest, looks for that Osotagari, as you can see, the Uchimata Osota. Ouchigari. She's trying to tempt Filsmoa. Oh, the Ouchigari! Reacted well there. And now she tries to get past those legs. It's one of those, which one do I choose? Do I try and get the legs out, which means I don't have the upper body control, which it'll all go wrong? Or do I have the upper body control and I can't get the leg out because she's just so widely stretched? It's going to be a stalemate here because I don't think there's much of an option for her. Either way, she will lose control. But the time ticks away here and there's no score on the board. A bit of interesting judo that's come from both of them. Filsmoa really now, she's had a bit of a wake-up call with that Ouchigari. Has got to be careful there. The Romanian, you can see, as she comes over, she tries to lure her onto that leg as she shows for the Osota. She doesn't commit to it, but you can see the Ouchigari just hovering around there. And all she's doing is waiting for the Austrian to step across for what looks to be to try and tease her with the Osotagari. Koshigaruma, nicely executed,
Nice
following
effort,
through
yeah.
straight into the Tatishioka. Oh no, she's got the leg
leg
there. Well, that would have been a nice transition. Wazari scored though, which is good.
Just stayed in there for too long with that.
Yes, just waited.
I think. Really, if it wasn't going to happen, safety first, get out of there. Unfortunately,
they seem to be tying each other up so deep though. It's really difficult to maneuver, and that's Filsmoa Moza is really just tying her arms and legs up. That it's either one or nothing. That she's not got an opportunity to adapt through the situation.
Oddly enough, I think that the winner of this, who is likely now to be Loredana Ohai, there's only 40 seconds left to go. Haven't seen Filsmoa really, apart from that little exchange on the ground, come close to catching the Romanian. She's gone over on that one side again, this time for the Sumigaeshi. But I think it will suit Nakoda better, Loredana Ohai.
Yeah. Well, Loredana Ohai, for me, has got a wider range of judo. She can be much more adaptable. Ouchigari into the Makikomi. She had that Koshiguruma headlock there. The Ouchigari got her the stumbling, and then she continued. A nice combination of techniques there. And a Wazari Aseti upon. Well, that was definitely a very convincing win. And Loredana Ohai goes into the quarterfinal where she'll be up against Smythe Davis of Great Britain.
We've got another really good matchup coming here. Rafaela Silva of Brazil faces Safo Choban of Germany. It could be silver in the white judogi Choban in Bruno. I say that because Choban is an exciting young fighter. She's just plateaued a little bit over the last year or two. But she's got plenty of talent, and it'd be interesting to see whether she can, step back up and really make something of that talent that she showed earlier on. Anyway, here it is. Silver in the white judogi, Choban in blue. Well,
against Podaluk, she fought extremely well. That was a great win for her, and she will be out on a high to try and continue with that feel-good situation. But like we said, it's going to be a very tall order against Rafaela Silva, the Olympic champion. Koichigari then from Japan. Well, from this young lady from Germany, she's got some nice skills. She's got a lot of confidence as well. So a real belief in herself out here, as more exposure she has on this world tour. Doesn't seem to be phased at all about the quality of opponent that she has in front of her right now. Silva drawing her opponent's sleeve across the chest, and tempted for that, as you could see, the Oso Tagari. Both picking up a Shiro apiece. Well, Shiro apiece and 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. The Osoto Makukomi nicely executed, scoring a Wazari and straight into the Osakomi. Well, Silva, as you can see, looking up at the clock there, and takes the win for Brazil and a place in the quarterfinals. Now another interesting match that will be coming up very shortly, and the winner of this one will meet Silva in the quarterfinals. That'll be Miriam Ropa of Panama and Verhagen of the Netherlands. Sanny Van Hagen, the Netherlands, in blue. Europa had a bye in the first round. Silver medalist in this competition last year. An ippon there from Miriam Ropa. Well, she'll be delighted with that. It's actually quite funny. It was yesterday, we were just walking around in the morning, and she's trying on sort of elegant dresses, and she looked absolutely fabulous, Miriam Ropa.
9 seconds.
9 seconds.
Took. I mean, Verhagen.
It took her longer to get this ball gown on yesterday.
I'm going to talk to her about that when I see her then.
Oh, she looked fabulous.
Right, we go back to the under 48 kilo category now. The first of the quarterfinals, Milica Nikolic of Serbia faces Katarina Mentz of Germany. It's Nikolic in the white judogi, Mentz in blue.
Well, Nikolic is the #1 seed going into this competition. Great has a bye in the first fight, but Perefan, great performance against the Argentinian.
2 occasions here now, those first 2 attacks, both that little bit too far away to be really threatening. You know, and if you've got a technique like that that you can bring off, you don't want to waste it by showing it twice.
No, Men's doing really well in the Niwaza here though, but doesn't manage to get the rotation that she was looking for. Nikolic did well to anticipate the transition there.
She doesn't want to rush it. That's the first 2 attacks were both rushed.
Or slightly attempt.
But that's a lot better.
That was so nice. That
off the other side.
Could have been with Ippon. That could have been
roll
Ippon.
there. Zari on the board.
Yeah.
She's just, you know, got the bit between her teeth, hasn't she? Just today.
I think she just needs to calm it down.
Yeah,
That's all. She needs to just slow it down and work to her comfortable pace. Again, the Sangaku with the legs tied up very nicely. She's looking for the rotation. She's gone one way, but I have the feeling she'll maybe try the opposite way if she gets the block, because you can see their elbows tucked out, which makes it very difficult to rotate the opponent over. Possibly if she'd gone the other way, would have been easy. Yeah.
Anyway.
Chose the wrong direction for that. Uchimata, but into the Makikomi attempt there. But Nikolic straight down into the Niwaza transition. Once more the Sangaku legs tying up very nicely this time.
Good
you would I'm trying to think, right over the top, spinning it back, holding on to the leg, securing the Osakomi.
Looks good now.
It looks tight there. Yes, and they've called it.
Only needed to hold for 10 seconds, did Nikolic. He already had Wazawa in the board. Disappointment for Katarina. Metz would have liked to have given a better.
Yeah, she started off. Yeah, she started off well. What she has is great potential. There's no doubt about it. She's got a lot of confidence out there, and she doesn't shy away for a tough opponent, which is nice to see. She came out to win it, but sadly it wasn't for her today. Nikolic goes into the semi-final of the under-48s, and who she'll be up against will decide from this match now.
Yes, it is. Monica Ungureanu of Romania faces Catarina Costa of Portugal. For the Ungureanu in the white judogi, Costa in blue. And if truth be told, Nikolic has had the better of the draw.
Oh, definitely.
Didn't have to worry about Pareto, didn't have to worry about Menezes. You know, she had to get past the people that they put in front of her.
Yes.
But her position as #1 seed really worked out well for her.
Yeah. But do you know what, Costa, you can't write this young lady off. At the World Championships, she had a blinder of a day. She had a great performance. She was very, very impressive. This little, what I call her, a little pocket rocket. It just goes out non-stop, attack. She could cause a few upsets. She was up against Carrillo, who had the bronze medal last year. And already
Ungureanu wants to know, what is that
under your
Shido
armpit
for? Yeah.
Well, we could anticipate what that meant, but it wouldn't be a judo terminology, would it? It's like
I think, you know, just tucking the gi in and hiding it away, that is a penalty. So
yes.
And sadly for Shira Rishoni down on mat #2, she's just lost her contest. Shani Hirschko's pulling his hair out down there.
Yeah.
He's bawling her out. It's the third time I've seen her do that. Go out on penalties.
Kochigari from Costa, then to a Cianagi. Nice combination of techniques there from Costa. Well, this one could she upset the odds here?
Nice line-up.
The Uchimata was there from Ungureanu, but she didn't follow it through. Straight in for Costa in the Niwaza transition again. Very, very sharp down in the ground. Well, the fast pace of Costa sometimes upsets everybody there, but Ungureanu, as you can see with the high collar grip, drawing the head down, trying to slow her down and giving her a little bit more opportunity to set up what she's very clever at, is that Uchi-Uchimata combination. Costa taking the sleeve. Koichigari, yes! What an attack! Now comes past the legs. Did she get the score?
Yep.
Yes, she's got the Wazari. Beautifully executed. Now with 1 minute. Still a long way to go though, against a very strong technical person here.
Quick look at the clock there from Ungureanu.
Well, Unguru, the danger she faces is she tries to throw the arm up, will she leave herself vulnerable with the ashiwazas, and that kochi-ochi-gari combination there would play into the hands of Costa. But now she's in a place that she hasn't hooked around the arm, so it's a dangerous situation to try and rotate someone over when you don't have full control. Leave yourself a little bit vulnerable and exposed in the niwaza. Oh, well, that's a poor judgment there, but
got away with it.
I think she committed so much that she just, it was a loss of grip. I think she had it, but just lost it. Well, we're coming into the last 39 seconds of this contest. Can Costa maintain this lead? Unguru really under a lot of pressure now, drags her opponent down to the ground, and it was just a drag to the ground. If she had attempted a technique, you would say, right, well, she's trying to throw, but she's trying to drag her down. She's trying to get, then it succeeds. She's got the second Shido, but it's not the ideal situation. Costa really just has to stay very, very strong on her feet. Can't afford to ride those uchimatas, those big legs. Now 9 seconds remaining in this contest. It's a great opportunity, a great win if Costa can hang on to it. But Unguru really has that high collar grip, but the time runs out and she does well. A great win for Costa. And she continues that performance from the World Championships in this Grand Prix here in Cancun.
So it will be Catarina Costa of Portugal to face Malizia Nikolic in the first of the semi-finals in the under 48 kilo category. We'll let you know about the other semi-final when we get that lineup. I know that's already taken place, but we're going to stick with the action here on mat number 1. Coming up next, the first of the quarterfinals that we're featuring here. Francisco Garrigos of Spain faces Tonica Jacodea of the Netherlands. It's Garrigos in the white judogi, Jacodea in blue, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, he won it here last year, the Spaniard. I think Garrigos is going to get penalised there for grabbing the leg. He did. He was using that to block. He used his hand to block on the leg, so picked up a penalty for that. Thought about the Satemi waza, that didn't come off. Still no score, half the contest gone. Single Shido against Garrigos. Dutch have been looking for someone at 60 kilos for a while now. Could be that they've found someone in Jacadeo. I know they've got another fighter here in the 60 kilo category. It's Roy Koffeiberg. Lost out earlier on. Nice effort with the Sotemiwaza there, but Jacadeo ending up on his front, so no score. Again onto his front, so no score. But he's looking threatening, isn't he, Garrigos? Last few seconds of the contest left. 2 penalties picked up by Jacadeo. It'll be Garrigos to go into the golden score period with a slight advantage. Single error by Jacadeo would put him out, whereas Garrigos could afford to burn a Shido, as I call it. For those of you that are wondering, the final block is at 5 o'clock today. 5 o'clock. All the medal matches from 5 weight categories. We'll have 5 today, 4 tomorrow, and then 5 on Sunday. well, we've had a minute of golden score. Just the single penalty to Garrigos as he attempts the Tomoenagi, misses out there. 2 penalties picked up by Jacodeo. Couldn't come up with the Sutemi was a counter. The Dutchman. Minute and a half of golden score. Nope, not going to catch him there. Nakadeo's seen that one coming now, the Seoinage, the Morote Seoinage attack. Managing to block that. Has he got enough strength to come back with a technique of his own? Desperate lunge there from Garrigos. Didn't even have the hands on, but Jacodeo looks tired now. Breathing heavily, the Dutchman, as Garrigos searches for a grip. Again, the Sutemi was an effort from Garrigos, but it's a weak one. Both fighters drained of strength now. We've had 2.5 minutes of golden score. Again, Garrigos going back to the Morote Seoinage. Good grip from Jacodeo, came over on the right side with an Uchimata, and then the Sutemi wasn't there. Yeah, it's difficult to fault those attacks from Garrigos. It never looks as though he's going to throw Jacodeo with that Morote Seoinage, but he keeps putting them in, and for as long as he keeps attacking, he will be in there. Uchimata effort from there, he goes! Jacodeo comes up with the Uchimata win. Well, well, well. Just hung in there, dug deep, and in the end came up with the winning score. Tonica Jacodeo of the Netherlands goes into the semi-final. Knocking out the #1 seed. Well, there you go. Good effort. Right, up next, Lenin Preciado of Ecuador faces Issam Basu of Morocco. It's Preciado in the white judogi, Basu in blue. The winner of this will face Tonica Jacodeo in the first of the semi-finals. Spoke to Lenin Preciado this morning in the warm-up area. Tough fighter, and Basu takes a whack to the face, as can often happen in a contact sport. Oh, could be problems there. Yeah, I think that was bad from Basu. You want to have a look at that. Preciado isn't making a meal of it as far as the action is concerned on his arm, but yeah, I think they want to have a look at that. That looked dangerous to me. I thought that was an untidy attack from Issam Basu that could have resulted in Hansoku Make. That's why they're having a look at it. Yeah, Hansoku Make for the action on the arm. Well, it was a dangerous action, and as a result of that, that's why he was given Hansoku Make. Basu may need to be shown that, and then he'll realise. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Fabienne Kocher of Switzerland faces Joana Ramos of Portugal. It's Kocher in the white judogi, Ramos in blue. Quarter-final in the under 52 kilo category. Oh, right-sided effort, but just went a little bit too far, did Ramos, and now chance for Kocher to work on the ground here, and they're going to give her the time as well. There you go, that's why they give the time. Absolutely perfect example of why not to call mate. No need, absolutely no need to call mate, you know. And that's the result. Nice one. Good work from Fabienne Kocher. So Kocher it is into the semi-final of the under 52 kilo category. Coming up next, Alessia Kuznetsova of Russia faces Agata Perenk of Poland. It'll be Kuznetsova in the white judogi, Perenk in blue. One of the queens of Newaza here, Alessia Kuznetsova. Looking so much more comfortable and at ease at 52 kilos rather than the 48 kilo category, where it was becoming increasingly more difficult to maintain that weight.
Well, she's such a tall girl, isn't she, as well?
And her teammate was in there as well, making things difficult for her, Irina Dolgova, another Newaza specialist. And it's no surprise, given that they come from in such a vast country, not just the same region or the same city, but the same club and same coach.
Oh gosh. Well, definitely. Well, they're going to get the experience and they're going to get the results, aren't they? Well, Kutsinova, for me, had a great performance against Kohan, where it was the Jujikatami she defeated the Israeli with. And here we see another display of some excellence in the Newaza as she takes her time.
Just slipped there with the top half. Just beginning to take control and then slip. Here comes the turn. Agata Perenk managed to get the head up in time.
She did well, didn't she, to get off that?
But she just looks a much better shape for 52 than she did at 48.
Yeah, definitely a natural looking shape for this weight category. She's got the leverage as well against some of the shorter athletes. With Uchimata, judo is superb. She's got some beautiful skills in the tachiwaza.
Yeah, at 48, she just looked that little bit frail, which is an odd thing, because normally you might think that, you know, the bigger you are, then when you're fighting at that lighter weight, you would look a bit more physically intimidating. She looked weak, and no doubt from having to cut, because maybe she's cutting from 53 or even 54 to make 52. So what was she cutting to make 48?
48, and that's the danger, isn't it?
You know, if you are under 78 kilos and you have to cut 4 or 5 kilos, you can manage that because you've got more body mass to deal with. When you're cutting from 53 to 48, you know, it's huge. Yeah, exactly.
Well, you're doing that sort of yo-yo dieting that your body starts reacting. If you start to lose more weight, it stores more fat at a later stage. Then it becomes harder and harder. And so it's not a healthier way to be doing it. That natural move up has obviously made it very comfortable, and she looks good out there.
Exactly.
Facially and performance-wise, she looks strong and looks a real contender.
Little Koji there, left side. It just had Perenk going backwards for a moment. Couldn't come up with the score, and now it's the turn of the Polish fighter to work on the ground.
It's been an interesting match so far. It's been a close fought match. Neither one of them really making their mark. Two Shidos though for the Portuguese. Comes in for a Cianagi attempt there over the wrong way, but still a strong attack in the last minute of this contest.
Just had the one go on the ground and one Uchimata effort.
Uchimata, Kochigari, nice combination there for Perenk. She did well there. It was good, some nice judo.
Just got the feeling that as they were on the mat edge, Perenk was looking for an out. You know, just shaping for I'm out of here rather than looking to get, you know, involved in anything. Anyway, we'll see. Don't want to, you know, show your hand and say, hey, I'm not involved in any nearwaza. She's had a go herself anyway, Perenk, when she's had the chance.
Oh,
there we go. Yeah,
that was a poor judgment there, and that could have cost her. She's got 2 Shidos. She wouldn't want to be wasting another one on her. Well, they've given a Shido to
Kuznetsova, yeah. I think rightly so. She's just gone off the pace a little bit there. Ooh. Almost dragged her onto that
nice.
Seotoshi.
Yeah, lovely.
Well, we're going to get a period of golden score here.
I was just surprised how much she could really stretch herself and make an impact on it. It was a good attack there.
A little bit of tidying up, not the full Monty, but at least we got the front of the gi in. Interesting state that the contest is at the moment.
It's very balanced, isn't it? You really couldn't write either one of them off at this particular moment. Both have shown some real strengths in their judo, and really a difficult one to call. Neither one of them have been that much out in front. When one looks like they're sort of taking off with it, the other one comes back with some sort of hope, as you would say. Sinagi attempt there, followed through, but it's Nova again in a transition. She's looking for an opportunity down in the ground.
Kuznetsova's got to be careful here not to fall behind on attacks. That's 2 attacks in the golden score period.
Oh, and that's a real overstretch there. That was dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Especially someone who's got an expertise of the Uchimata. She could have walked straight. Oh! Oh! That was an ouch.
Huge.
Oh!
That was huge.
Oh.
Well, you know, you take your chance, and sometimes you pay the price.
Oh,
but that was quite a price to pay.
Oh, that was lovely.
If,
nice.
If Perenk's attack before was overstretched, then Kuznetsova's was ill-timed.
Ill-timed, totally ill-timed on that. But what a lift, and how controlled she was.
Really got hold of her.
Oh.
Probably one of the biggest throws we've seen all day.
Oh, definitely. Well, definitely on this mat anyway, so that was a great win there.
Well, we'll see Kuznetsova again. It'll be in the repechage contest because it's Agata Perenc of Poland who goes through to the semi-final. We've got Daniel Cargnin of Brazil coming up next against João Crisostomo of Portugal. It's Cargnin in the white judo gi, Crisostomo in blue. What a finish.
What
that was ouch.
That was definitely an ouch. There's no doubt about it. Nice, nice judo.
Oh, you picked that up off Jean. Nice.
Nice. Oh, as long as I don't use
Oh,
that.
nice.
Oh, now you're going to put that on the...
We shall see Jean Shin, or you will hear Jean Shin next week.
Great guy.
When we're in the Bahamas. What a life, eh?
Yes.
For the Junior World Championships. Look forward to your company then. We've still got plenty of judo here in the first part of the day, and then we've got the final block beginning here at 5 o'clock, and then we've got 2 more days. We've got Saturday and Sunday to come, haven't we?
Definitely will. A wee hello from Jean, who's been listening in on us as well. Yes.
Has he? Oh.
Yes.
I better say nice things about him then.
Oh, definitely got to say nice things about him. He's a nice guy.
Yep. He is one of the most enthusiastic.
Love him.
On our commentary team.
Love
He's
him
terrific.
To bits.
Yeah. Right, first minute out of the way. No score as yet. Oh, that was good.
That was fun to go.
See them getting the flags ready down in that far right corner. I don't think we've got Mongolia, have we? But they seem to have a Mongolian flag around there. Maybe they're just tucking them away. bringing out the ones that I think we're going to need.
Well, Cagnin came into this competition as the #1 seed. 29 athletes started off the day, and we're now down to finding who will get into the semi-final position. Shido goes to Cristomo.
Yeah, just a single Shido against the Portuguese at the moment.
Cagnin has not been, he's a little bit flat today in this competition. He hasn't, his last match, he had a bye in the first round, but he was challenged quite a bit with the Italian, Piras. That was quite an interesting match, but he just didn't look the fiery, sort of exciting, explosive person that we normally see. I suppose after a World Championships, it's some are on a high and some are just sort of trying to come back after possibly poor performances, or just wanting to get back into the fighting mode. But one or two are looking tired out here today that we would normally expect would be looking very sort of fresh and vibrant.
We've got quarterfinals across the board now. Well, we've only 2 mats here anyway, so both on mat 1 and mat 2 we've got quarterfinals. The quarterfinal in the under 57 kilo category taking place on mat #2. Jessica Klimke of Canada faces Anna Borowska of Poland, in case you want to watch that one.
An attempt of a Taia Toshi there, the Portuguese. Cagnin trying to work his way down into the Niwaza with a bit of a turnover there. So athletes bouncing around there, really trying to get the first opportunity of the kumikata, controlling grip. Now it goes for the rollover, trying to capitalize on there for the attempt of the Osakomi, but it needs to tie up the upper part of the body a bit more. Obviously a little bit light there, and gave room for maneuvering. Again, still on the attack, not letting up there, is looking for the arm lock. But referee, well, it was time up, so the Cagnin knew that he had that Wazari, the win at hand, and it'll take him in to the semi-final. And he'll be up against the match coming up very shortly, which will be between Polak of Slovak in the white, and Grigorian of Russia in blue. It's the quarter-final. The winner of this will go on to meet Karginen for a place in the final of the under 66. 29 athletes participated at the beginning of the day in this weight category, and we're now down to the quarter-final stages. A position that now that the athletes will take a place in this tournament. The loser of this match would go down into the repechage, where they would have an opportunity to battle away for a bronze medal. It's very, very cagey fighting now at this moment, controlling the sleeves. Very low Sianagi there. Gregorian, very experienced athlete, has been looking very sharp, especially against his performance against Van Harten of the Netherlands. Challenged a little bit with Bassou, the Moroccan, but a very strong athlete in his own right, and quality of judo, but Gregorian today has been looking sharp, as you see the transition there. Sutemi-waza attempt, following it through into the Niwaza against Polak. Koichigari, attempt there from Gregorian. Still staying very open and leaving his options even more open there to react. Not really. As you'd see, most Russians would try to engage a little bit deeper and like that closeness of their judo, very similar to a wrestling style. But for Gregorian, he likes the space and creates much more opportunities for himself. Sutemi-waza attempt there from Polak. So it has been a real battle between these athletes of the Kumi kata, and we're coming down to the last minute of this quarter-final. Gregorian coming over with the right hand, trying to cut around the back of his opponent's left side. It's that skipping motion, used both sleeves and coming in for the Sianagi. Beautifully execute, just lost a little bit, but he's then transitioned into the Niwaza, looking for the shimiwaza here. Not quite sure if it's under the chin, but there's a lot of pressure on that head. Gregorian draws his opponent over. Well, looking at the body language of Polak, it was across the chin. From the angle, it was very difficult to see how deep and if the shimiwaza was on. But nevertheless, very uncomfortable. Well, Polak on the attack now, closing in on the space, driving his opponent to the edge of the contest area, using the ashiwazas to break down his opponent. Gregorian really not having much of it with a wazari and seconds remaining. So it's the win for Gregorian of Russia, who goes into the semi-final with Kaglin, Brazil, a little bit later on.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier on, he just does as much as he's required. You know, when he's asked, you ask him a question, he'll give you an answer. If you don't ask him anything, he's not going to say anything.
That's it.
No. He'll keep quiet.
That's it. Well, he's leaving all his talking in his judo, and that's he's just taking each match as it comes. And this is another young lady that keeps just one match at a time and composes herself very elegantly onto the tatami. And that's Nakoda Smythe-Davis, the #1 seed in the under 57 kilos.
She's up against Loredana Ohai of Romania. Smythe-Davis in the white judogi, Ohai in blue. This for a place in the first of the semi-finals.
Yes, that's right. And Ohai, but she against Filsmoser of Austria had a great match against her. Wide range of skills, lovely judo, got the uchimata, the oichigari. There's quite a wide range of skills that comes from this Romanian that's long-limbed and high collar, loves the high collar. But Smythe-Davis will be prepared for this match. Very intelligent fighter. Finds herself though on the receiving end in the Niwaza, and is across the, not sure whether it was across the chin or not.
Well, there's nothing more to get you riled up than having a choke put across your face. That'll really get you going.
Oh, another attack there with the Ouchigari from Ohai. Steps across for what's the Siotoshi, Tayatoshi attempt. Another good, strong attack from the Romanian. Well, Smythe-Davis really hasn't got started in this contest as yet. Been on a bit of the receiving end up until now. But she does take her time to get a real feel. Oh, left herself a little bit vulnerable there with the Osotogari. Bit of a scary moment for this young lady from Great Britain. Picks up Shido now. 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Ohai started off very well in this contest as she reaches once more forward with that right hand to try and connect to the collar. Smythe-Davis, a combination attack there, controlling from the sleeves. Now this is where she's very clever herself in the Niwaza. She tries desperately to secure it, but leaves herself a little bit vulnerable there as the legs just didn't connect with the Sangaku choke. Right, there you can see trying to the Ouchigari. We saw that in the previous match. She doesn't even need a grip. Everyone concentrates so hard and trying to control that sleeve that they forget those long legs can come in without the sleeve grip. And of course, Shiguruma attempt again. Another strong attack from Ohai. Now, Smythe-Davis seems to be on the receiving end throughout this contest. Really now has to start taking a little bit of control of this match herself. She's capable of doing it. I think she spent enough time receiving. Now she has to start giving. Ohai come against once more, high collar grip, brought down, but steps across. She's very, very dangerous with that Osotogari. There's been 2 opportunities there that have been so close of catching Smythe-Davis. For ducking under the high collar grip, she gets a Shido for that. So it's a Shido apiece, no score as yet. Some interesting judo though, a real battle that's going on between both these athletes for a place in the semi-final. The #1 seed, a world silver medalist, Nakoda Smythe-Davies, steps in for the Osotogari and works her way again, trying to look for the Niwaza. Ohai showing some real strength in her judo, some beautiful combinations there that she has. The Ouchigari without a grip, it's been very effective throughout the day. The Uchimata she's got and the Osotogari, those long legs are very effective but very dangerous for Smythe-Davies, who now works her way into the Niwaza. Tries to tie up that head with the Sangaku. Tucks in behind the knee, then starts to rotate to the opposite side. Needs to leave her a little bit more on the arm. Didn't connect as well as she was hoping for in that transition. So we're now into golden score.
It's like a working out process for Nakoda, isn't it?
It is.
Just seeing where she can attack her. She hasn't found
it
yet.
No, she's shown signs of real strength, but she's also shown signs of vulnerability, especially on that Osotogari and the Ouchigari that we've seen a couple of times. It shows a bit of Achilles heel with the Osota for me, which is a little bit worrying. She obviously won't be too worried by it, but this long-limbed athlete that just firing things at all angles. Ouchigari herself from Smythe-Davies trying to turn it into a makikomi, obviously lost room to rotate it, landing flat out on her back, on her front, I should say.
Like to see a combination with that Ouchigari. Oh, almost.
Yes. That's a continuation.
Yeah, it is.
It's a score. Wazari and Nakoda Smythe-Davies goes into the semi-final. Well, she had us all on the edge of our chairs, really, in this match, because Iho did extremely well in that match, dominated it right for the first 2 or 3 minutes, and gave it all. She had some real opportunities, and there were so many close calls, especially with the Ouchigari and the Osotogari. But Nakoda sort of kept her cool.
It was a working out process,
yes.
wasn't it? Where am I going to attack Loredana Ohai? Try here, that isn't working. Try here,
yes.
Try here. And in the end, she came up with something that is not, her go-to technique. But she worked that out, thought, I'm going to give this a go.
Try it. Beautiful.
First time she tried it in the contest,
yes.
Over she went. I'm not suggesting that she should have tried it before. It's
No,
perfectly possible that it wouldn't have worked earlier on. It's because maybe Ohai wasn't looking in that direction for it.
She just showed their ace card at the end when needed.
On the mat now, Rafaela Silva of Brazil faces Miriam Roper of Panama. It's Silva in the white judogi, Roper in blue. Expect some fireworks.
Oh, definitely. And the winner of this will meet Smythe-Davies for a place in the final. A little bit later on, 27 athletes.
Semi-final.
In the semi-final, I should say. Sorry.
First score goes to Silva. Well,
she's been looking good today, I can say. A much better performance from the Worlds. Sadly, timing all wrong. You'd rather it in the World Championships. But no, she's looking... A kiss of death there. The Ouchigari from Miriam Roper. Beautifully executed. Stumbling Silva. Almost for a score. She did get it. No, she didn't get the score. So Roper looking very bouncy out there, so sharp.
Silva puts her feet in the wrong place, that'll be the end of it.
Oh, she works, the feet, the ashiwazas from Roper. Well, we saw it in the previous match where she just, within 9 seconds or something, defeated her opponent.
The contest down on mat number 2, by the way, is 5 minutes and 20 seconds into golden score, and over goes Silva.
Gosh, yes, so that's a Kosota for Roper.
We know she's super with her feet.
Oh, that was really good, wasn't it?
5.5 minutes down of golden score down on mat number 2. Menezes and Rashoni. Wazaria piece. Menezes picked up 2 penalties, Rashoni 1. That's the state of that contest down there.
Yeah. Oh, Ropa there with the Sutemi Waza at the edge, but walks straight into the Tatishir Gatami. Well, what a mistake for Miriam Ropa. And it was a big thank you very much from Rafaela Silva.
10 seconds only needed when you've got Wazaria on the board already.
Well, Ropa knew that she made a mistake there, and that Sutemi was a bit of a pressure on the edge of the mat, and it cost her dearly a place in the semi-final.
We knew there was going to be fireworks.
It was some nice, exciting judo from that one. But Rafaela Silva wins that round and finds herself semi-final against Smythe Davis of Great Britain a little bit later on.
Coming up next, Katarina Mentz of Germany faces Monica Ungaranu of Romania. It's Mentz in the white judogi, Ungaranu in blue. Repechage contest in the under 48 kilo category. 6 minutes and 20 seconds of golden score down on mat number 2.
And they're still going strong.
They're still going.
Well, this Romanian for me has been an absolute crowd pleaser. Some beautiful judo has been executed from this Romanian, but it's on the receiving end of an Ouchigari and just rescues herself at the latter stage of finishing there. Nice attack from Menz. Who defeated Renix of Great Britain in her first match. Then went on to beating Chibana of Brazil, which was an excellent match for her, but fell at the last hurdle against Nikolic of Serbia. Uchimata attempt there. Well, Ungarero attempts big harai. It's in the harai makakomi to the opposite side. Left hand high on the collar, goes deep onto the belt, but left herself vulnerable. We'd seen that before, the Ouchigari. And then
Ippon.
Score in Ippon.
So out goes Ungaranu. Mentz will go into the bronze medal contest. 8 minutes of golden score down on mat number 2.
Oh, crikey. We've had 2 matches since that match started.
Well, with 8 minutes gone, you had a 4-minute contest.
Yeah.
You had they're now into the 4th contest because you've had 3.
Yeah.
4 minutes is the first, and then 8 minutes is 2 golden scores. So we're now into the 4th contest down on mat 2.
I wonder if there'll ever come a time where they have the coaches will just throw in the towel. It's just.
The first semi-final in the under 48 kilo category. Milica Nikolic of Serbia faces Katarina Costa of Portugal. It's Nikolic in the white judogi, Costa in blue.
Well, this will be a very interesting match. Costa, for me, has once again had a great performance. Seen her in the World Championship, she was very, very impressive. But the Serbian here, as you can see, is tied up the head and only needs to secure the leg out, but Costa did well to defend well on that. This little pocket rocket, like I said, in the World Championships was very impressive. Got such energy. Lovely Ouchigari, good as she was, makes her very threatening indeed, especially against tall, leggy athletes in her weight category. Closes down, she gets herself bent down in this position though. Nikolic drawing her opponent down between the legs, looking for the Newaza opportunity. Well, battling continues here. No score as yet. Coming up 2.5 minutes remaining, almost halfway through this contest. But there's you've got the first Shido from Costa. And she's got to be careful with the drops. It's not negative. She doesn't want to start accumulating these Shidos too quickly. High collar grip there from Nikolic that comes in with the Ouchigari. Draws her opponent's head down, but the Tomonagi there, nicely done, and follows through Costa into the Newaza. So definitely no big surprises here. We said this was going to be a battle and a half. Costa again just surprising us all with a great performance throughout the day. Nikolic, the #1 seed coming into this tournament. Drops underneath as the arm gets thrown over. She anticipated Nikolic's move to get that high collar grip. Dropped right underneath her and now comes on the attack in the ground as she works the leg in there, but Nikolic creeping off to the edge of the contest area for the mate. Morote Sianagi again driving. Oh, and the determined look on that young lady's face as she was driving through, just so close to scoring there. Looking very strong and positive. Nikolic on the receiving end far too many times in this contest.
Single Shido against Costa at the moment. Half a minute left to go.
It's a real battle between both these ladies, and but Costa, for me, has been edging in front. Takes the first grip there, but the high collar over the top, drawing Costa's head down, making her look very passive, especially there. She's got one Shido already. She doesn't really want to start accumulating too many more. Changes the dynamics at the moment. She can still play a very strong match out here. Takes another Shido and you're playing a different game. Again, another Sianagi attempt. Nikolic might pick up a Shido soon. There's been very little coming from Nikolic. So the golden score now. One Shido that divides the athletes.
Well, you know that Nikolic has got good fitness levels. We've seen her in long contests before, and long contests where she comes out the winner. So let's see what happens here.
Once again, first exchange there from Costa.
It's hard to stop that, isn't it?
Oh,
when your opponent just throws themselves
underneath
at your feet. You know.
The speed, and she comes in very well, but yes. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Well, no surprise here for me. She's a real pocket rocket. She just keeps going, and we talk about conditioning. That young lady fought right from the beginning to the end on full speed ahead. There was no sort of slow motion at all in there. There was no pacing herself. It was given all the way. Great win there for Costa of Portugal.
That attack from Costa, where she just bangs herself in, threatens Nikolic, especially in golden score, says to Nikolic one thing: I've got to come up with an attack.
Yes.
So you can't afford for Costa to come up with a second attack. So she now comes in with an attack, probably not at its strongest, and over she goes. Francisco Garrigos picks up that win. Issam Basu received Hansokumake in a previous contest, direct Hansokumake for a dangerous action. He couldn't take part in that repechage contest, because having received the direct Hansokumake, you're out the competition. That put him into the repechage, but he'd already picked up a penalty. Right, so who have we got now? Semi-final in the under 60 kilo category. Tonica Jacodeo of the Netherlands faces Lenin Preciado of Ecuador. It's Jacodeo in the white judogi, Preciado in blue. Just to clarify for you at home, let's say that you were in the quarter-final and you picked up 3 penalties, one for a false, one for passivity, and one for stepping out. You would be given Hansokumake. That would put you into the repechage contest, which you would fight.
Yes.
However, if you pick up Hansokumake as a result of an action that endangers your opponent, and you get a direct Hansokumake, not a cumulative 3 shidos, and you get direct Hansokumake, that puts you out of the competition. So your name goes into that bracket, but because you've received a direct Hansokumake, you're out of the competition. A little bit different from picking up the 3 penalties. Just thought I'd clarify that for some of you at home who may not be. Why is Hansokumake one time I can compete, and once another occasion I can't? A direct Hansokumake is against the spirit of the sport, and that's your day done. Jacodeo in the white judogi, Preciado in blue. No scorers yet. First minute out of the way.
Well, Jacodeo had a great match against Verstraeten, the Dutchman, the Belgian I should say, and that was a great match.
He's a good boy.
Very challenging, and he was a good lad.
Verstraeten, he's popular lad around the circuit with the young ladies. Saw him in the warm-up area afterwards. He was none the worse for wear, having lost that contest. He was busying himself with other activities. I said to him, you know, you want your judo pal.
Oh gosh, I'm sure he did.
He was just having a joke.
Distraction, most probably, from crying his eyes out.
He was having a joke with one of the fighters from another country, who I won't say which young lady it was. It would be unfair. He was just having a chat with her. They were both out of the competition, so I thought, well, why not? You know, have a little giggle with him. Standing there with his shirt off and showing off his youth.
Attempt there. Not sure whether he. Yep, well, he gets. Jacodeo gets a Wazari. Oh yes! Yeah. Oh, it was a brilliant throw there. You just miss the replays on these because there's just some superb judo going on. So now we have the under 52s, the more experienced, mature athletes of this weight category. João Ramos of Portugal in the white, Kuznetsova of Russia in the blue.
Well, we saw Kuznetsova lose out in her quarter-final, didn't we?
Yes.
Who did she lose out to? It was Agata Perenc, wasn't it? Yeah, the Polish fighter.
Yes, that was a good match.
This time it's the Portuguese up against the experienced João Ramos. I haven't seen Kuznetsova on this trip as yet. They're not in our hotel. Some of the athletes are, but the Russians are in a different hotel. They were in the hotel where we had the draw.
Oh.
Saw a few of them around yesterday. Shouldn't be too long before we wrap things up here, about 3 o'clock, I'd imagine. It's almost half past 2 here in I feel really bad when I say where we are. No, because I know that there's some people listening at home, and
I'm quite sure a lot of them are
places.
actually looking at the weather and knowing that it's actually torrential rain outside.
Oh, no, it's blistering sunshine right now.
Oh, is it? But I
you
heard
know,
the rain earlier.
Oh,
it's coming and going all the time.
Down, wasn't it?
It's actually the rainy season, isn't it? So
yeah, that's right. Rainy season. So, you know, I'm loath to say that we're in Cancun because people have imagined that we're out here sunning ourselves. But
well, I can assure you we're not sitting here in our shorts and t-shirts.
We're busy working, absolutely thrashing ourselves to death in the commentary position. Nice little effort there from Ramos. Almost catches Kuznetsova, and Kuznetsova is quick to engage Ramos on the ground. Almost as quick as Ramos is to exit the ground. She was up and out of there. Well, it'll be worse next week when we're broadcasting from Bahamas.
Oh. I'll be in sunny Scotland by then.
We'll be getting a few messages saying, look at you then. I assure you, the only thing we see is the inside of the sports hall. And this one could do with a lick of paint. It's a nice effort from Kuznetsova. The slightly modified Kataguruma there, really working Ramos over in the ground. Ramos will be glad to get to her feet. It's no secret that Kuznetsova is, you know, enjoys her groundwork, so a lot of the fighters will look to fight on the edge and be as far away from the center as possible. Yes, well, someone's got to be here, I'm afraid. A nice effort there on the sleeves from Ramos.
We have a mutual friend, Joe Crawley, listening back in the UK.
I can't help the weather where you are, darling.
Yeah, just hope she's got a few extra jumpers on because it's so hot here, and I'm quite sure it's quite cold there. But she'll be eagerly sitting at the edge of her seat, waiting for her athlete, Nakoda Smythe-Davis, to perform later on.
golden score on mat number 1 between Ramos and Kuznetsova.
Well, no scores, but Ramos has got the two Shidos already, and one more would result in the Hansokimaki disqualification. Makikomi there. Oh, yes, and she pulls it back. That's very, very close to Awazari, and they have called it Awazari in the opening seconds of the golden score.
Yeah, I went with the referee on that one,
yes,
with no Wazari at first, because it looked to me as though there was a pause.
Yes, that's what I thought at that one stage.
And then there was the push. So she didn't give the Wazari at first, but she was told, hey, we think that's Wazari. Okay, you know, 2-1. You know, because Kuznetsova losing out in the repechage contest. Ramos it is who goes through. So disappointment for Alessia Kuznetsova, but gave a good account of herself. Seventh place finish. The Russians have had a rough time of it, to be honest.
Oh, they've had a very...
They're women here.
And at the World Championships as well. Yeah. It wasn't one of their greatest performances, was it, in the world? So there's obviously something happening here, and timing's just a little bit out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Periodization program has obviously got to be looked at.
Fabian Korscher of Switzerland and the white judogi Agata Perink in blue. This is the fighter that put Kuznetsova down into the repechage anyway in the blue gi. We'll see how she gets on here against Fabian Korscher.
Obviously defeated the number 1 seed, Jessica Pereira, in the second round.
Yeah, there was a reasonable turnout for the 52 kilo category, but when, with the greatest of respect, the number 1 seed is Jessica Pereira, you know you're not going to be blasting people off the mat. You still had, you know, it's a good turnout as far as numbers are concerned.
Yeah, there were some strong athletes, strong contenders, and like, it's ideal when you don't get the top ones there all the time, because it leaves room for others to get that exposure, that confidence, and to gain more valuable points. So when it comes to the sort of the world ranking, it gives them a ranking place, and that can change the dynamics of results when it comes to further grand tours.
Yeah, just looking at Russia, they picked up 1 bronze medal for women.
Which,
you know, that was it.
How many places? Was there any places, any close?
No, one bronze and 1 seventh. That was it.
Oh, coming up to the halfway mark. No score, only Koch over there with 1 Shido.
And that was quite surprising. The under 78 kilo category, Alexandra Babintseva. You know, that was a bit of a surprise. The rest of them.
And the men as well, they didn't do very well.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a quick look at the men.
1 medal, was it?
Silver, a bronze, and 2 7th places.
I suppose it's not too bad, but they have had
a lot better.
A lot better results than that. I think there's been a little bit of a slump with the women's performances recently this year, I think, in lead up to that World Championships. They've not been as dominant as what we've seen them in previous times. The men have always been up there, and they've had their highs and lows. So, oh yes! Beautiful attack there, but well anticipated. Still a minute and a half to go. Well, this is really an open match, this semi-final. Kocher throwing that left arm over the top, comes in, loses the control, but still perseveres with the Osotogari to try and turn it into a Makekomi. Perec really piling on the pressure now. Kocher throws that left hand high on the collar, draws onto the hip, looking to keep her options open there with the Ouchigari Kosoto Uchimata combinations that she's got. Advancing over, again trying to get that left hand connected deep onto the back. The Ouchigari! But again, Perec anticipated that. Will almost had the counter coming from there. Kocher, as you can see, trying to get that left hand. Oh, very gutsy move. Out of the blue, hadn't seen that throughout the day, and caught this young lady from Switzerland off guard slightly, shaking her head a little bit there. Throws the left hand once more, deep around the back, draws the head down. The defence there on the hips, and now we're into golden score. Kocher there once more, high collar grip, has never had any problem getting that grip. It's just been able to follow it through with the attacks that she desires. That's been the biggest problem for her. Perec there, you can see manoeuvring to the edge of the contest area. She's got to be careful she doesn't step. Ouchigari, oh, and a counter there, beautifully done.
Disaster for the Swiss fighter.
Yeah, well, that was
just as you said. You got to be careful
on the edge of the contest area. That Ouchigari was there, but she left her upper body control
on a watch. Then just stay here on mat number 1. If, however, you want to watch the contest on mat number 2, it'll be Elios Manzi of Italy up against Manuel Scheibel of Germany. That's taking place down on mat number 2 at the moment. That'll be followed by the semi-final in the under 66 kilo category. Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia. He'll be up against Charles Chibana of Brazil. It'll then be Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel to face Anna Borowska of Poland. And then the second semi-final in the under 57 kilo category, Corina Stefan of Romania to face Jessica Klimke of Canada. Corina Stefan, you may remember, was previously Corina Caprioriu of Romania. So she's married now. So that is
threw me,
the
that
former
one.
Olympic silver medalist.
Yes.
So if you're wondering what Corina Stefan is doing up there, that's a score as well. Good one for Polyak. He's fought so well today, out with skinny as. Yeah, so that's Corina Caprioriu. You remember her from London.
Yes, definitely.
And she'll be up against Jessica Klimke. So
oh, goodness,
bit of a toughie.
Really, yeah, it's going to be some really interesting matches coming up very shortly, and one that's very interesting is turned around now. You have Polak of Slovak taking the lead with 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining in this contest. A last chance for either one of these to still stay in for a shout of a medal. This rapid charge first round. Nice Ochigari there from the Portuguese, just missed out.
Now remember what we were talking about earlier on. We spoke about how Polyak had lost in Baku.
Yes.
Inside the last 40 seconds, having led by Wazari. And we've spoken about how he's won at the back end of both his contests by picking up Wazari. Here he is again in the same situation. He's got a minute to hold out and keep Chrysostomo off him if he can.
And Chrysostomo is really going for it. He's gunning from, he's had some great performances today. Comes underneath there, as you can see.
Oh! Yeah, nice effort there. Did he get him onto the scoring part of his body?
He's got to have.
That's it then.
Was that Epon? Wazari Iseti Epon. They'll change it, to Epon.
Oh, so it's just the landing. Oh, so let's have a look at this, because for me, well, first of all, it's got nothing to do with Chrysostomo.
No,
he can't claim it.
No.
What was he talking about?
I was surprised. It looked weird. It was such a big throw, wasn't it? But Ochigari.
That one will.
Oh, yes.
And he gives that. I mean, you know,
definitely.
The funny thing here is that Polyak throws him. The referee hasn't given the score yet. Polyak isn't worried about going into there. He knows what the score is.
He knows he got a score there.
That was lovely.
He got up and he went on. That was him. He knew he had that one in the bag.
Yeah, that was score though.
Yeah. If you didn't give me the other one, you've got this one now. Polyak takes a place in the bronze medal match later on.
Good for him. He's fought well.
He has. He's had a great performance today. And Chrysostomo takes the 7th place. So once again a good performance, but Polyak for me definitely on fire for a bronze medal.
Good boy.
It'd be interesting to see how he performs in that final block.
Right, we've got the semi-final in the under 66 kilo category. The first of the semi-finals, Daniel Kagnin of Brazil faces Aram Grigorian of Russia. It's Kagnin in the white judogi, Grigorian in blue, and if by perfect symmetry we've got the other semi-final taking place on mat 2, Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia against Charles Chibana of Brazil. So we've got Brazilian and the Russian and the Brazilian at the same time going on. And then we've got the Romanian and the Panamanian in the under 57 repechage, as we've got there. And then the two semi-finals in the under 57. Perfect symmetry. How about that then? How's about that then, Chuck?
That's good timing, isn't it? Good professional planning, as they would say. Oh, just really lucky.
Yes, we can look to our competition manager, Dr. Lisa Allen.
I planned that.
Yes,
I planned that. That was perfect timing. We knew it was going to happen like that. Yeah. Well, Kagnin, if it goes on performance here today, Grigorian most probably has the edge on performance. Is very sharp today. Deserves a place, I think, on performances in that final. Kagnin, for me, it's just been very flat. He's not been firing on all cylinders and has really had to battle a way through to this semi-final position.
The difficulty for Kagnin is that Grigorian gives the impression of being the sort of fighter that has an answer for every time that he's asked a question, you know.
Yes.
It's like playing tennis against the wall. It doesn't matter how hard you hit it, it just comes back harder, doesn't it?
Just comes back, yeah.
So, it's not a bad effort.
That was a good effort there from Kagnin. As he then follows it through into the Sangaku. Head slips out. Grigorian really isn't going to be having any of that in the Niwaza. But he gets up and he struts back to the centre. You're not going to phase this man at all. He's not going to be rushed into doing anything. Slight bounce from both of the athletes, trying to get themselves prepared for the next move. Tayatoshi stepping across. Grigorian follows now, finds himself on the receiving end of Kagnen, attempting a turnover there. Gives himself a little bit wide open, really very little on offer for the Brazilian. Kagnen, as you can see, with a little bouncing there. He's obviously heard me when I said he was a bit flat-footed, but he's trying to find some spark there, but finds himself on the receiving end of a Seoinage. So just under 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. No scores yet, but what's refreshing, no Shidos either.
Well, that isn't the case with Pulyaev and Chibana. Pulyaev has picked up 1, Chibana has picked up 2. Oof. But that contest down there's no score in that, and they've got 1 minute and 15 seconds. This one's got 1:06. So, right. You know, again, it's
balancing it right up.
The tempo is good here.
Well, Chibana, Kagnen takes Shido, first Shido on the board now. Not a good sign really in the last minutes of the contest. Well, one-handed, and he overstretched himself there, looking what looked to be the Seotoshi. A bit of a desperate attack there from Kagnen. Grigorian pedaling a little bit there in the exchange of gripping, trying to create a little bit of more space between him and his Brazilian opponent with Koichi Gari. Trying to pull away from those grips. Kagnen looking a little bit livelier of the two right now, as we're coming to the last 3 seconds. This is looking more and more like this will go to golden score.
Indeed it does go into golden score. Mikhail Pulyaev has won his contest down on mat number 2. 3 penalties picked up by Charlie Chibana, the Brazilian. That's how that one ended. Could be an all-Russian final if Grigorian squeezes past Kagnen.
Yeah, it's really, I can't predict what's going to go on with this one. It's been very tight up until now. I would say that Kagnen, for the first time, has looked like he's got a little bit more life in him. He's a lot more lighter on his feet and created a little bit more opportunities for himself in this contest. Grigorian really just trying to pick off some of the scraps that he's been allowed to get from Kagnen. Sutemi was at the Tomonagi there as he attempted. Attempt of a Marotti Seoinage there. Lost quite a bit of control as he dropped off on the edge of the contest area. But again, chasing Kagnen, looking to create an opportunity for himself. 1 minute and 27 seconds in golden score. There she was, her attempt there from Kagnian, a drop. Wouldn't call it a Cianagi, but dropping out of sight there. Well, the battle continues. 2 Shidos to Kagnian. Grigorian with 1. Brazilian can't afford to make any silly errors now. Has looked the sharper of 2 in this semi-final. Will it be an all-Russian final in this competition? Well, a Sodi attempt there from Kagnin, just breaking his opponent's balance, but not finishing the technique. Grigorian there, oh, so close with that Cianagi at the edge of the contest area. Once more luring him over onto the edge. An attempt. Just not connecting with the Siotoshi there for the Brazilian. A bit of a desperate attempt just to come back one on. Oh yes, and that was controlled. That's possibly a Wazari. It's an unusual move, totally spun out of sight, but it had that hand that came around the waist, stumbling his opponent down. The landing obviously wasn't in a position for a Wazari. Nevertheless, a good score. Good attack, I should say. Cianagi attempt. Well, a bit of frustration there from Kaginen. Koichigari attempts Cianagi, move there from Kaginen, following through into the Niwaza. Can he capitalise down in the ground? Well, there doesn't look to be very much on offer there. He's got the rotation, but it's very tight from the Russian. Sumigeshi attempt there from Kagnin, drawing his opponent between the legs. Doesn't really want to follow up into the Niwaza transition. And these athletes battling away in 4 minutes in golden score now. Once again, we're looking at a real marathon of golden score. Equivalent to 2 matches back to back. Both these athletes battling with Sasai attempt and controlled. Grigorian gets the Wazari. Which makes it an all-Russian final.
Well, we thought that that could be the case. Mind you, there was a moment when it could have been an all-Brazil final.
Yes.
It didn't turn out that way. There you go. So it'll be Aram Grigorian and Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia to contest the under 66 kilo category. Right, coming up next it will be the repechage contest in the under 57 kilo category. Loredana Ohai of Romania faces Miriam Roper of Panama. It'll be Ohai in the white judogi, Roper in blue. The other under 57 kilo category contest has just finished on mat number 2 between Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel. She was up against Anna Borowska of Poland. And it's Timna Nelson-Levy who scored Wazari down there to win after a minute of golden score.
Well, both these athletes have had a superb competition so far. Miriam Ropa with a Kosota, beautifully executed, had a beautiful first round match, scoring, I think it was the quickest match we've seen on this mat, with 9 seconds, I think. Very dangerous Ropa is with the feet, the Ouchigari especially. Draws high, very evenly matched as far as body structure. Very tall, long-limbed athletes for the weight category. Europa with a little bit more physical maturity and experience at this competition level. Well, it's definitely a tough match for these two athletes, so evenly matched as far as the judo is concerned. Both trolling quite nicely there as she tries to get a reaction out of Silva. Not working so close there, but oh, overstretched herself there, Smythe Davis did, and anticipated very well and reacted using the upper body control. Nice tewaza and timing. Perfect.
Yeah, typical Silva.
So Wazari, yeah, typical of what Silva is capable of doing. There's no doubt about it.
Counterpuncher.
Totally right there. But can't write off Smythe Davis now. Sutemi was her attempt. As she comes through, maybe needs to start taking this up a pace or two, putting the pressure on Silva, and she's capable of doing it. She's a very strong athlete, there's no doubt about it, and a win here would guarantee a medal. But she walks on to the hip throw there. Silva almost had her there as she follows through, and as we know, that's eaten the clock away as she goes into the Niwaza, looking to create an opportunity down there. Smythe Davis really needs to get back up onto her feet and try and come back here. She's got nothing to lose now. She's got it all to win, but she needs to get back up. Or
if she didn't walk onto her, she certainly didn't get off it.
No,
you know, once she was in, there was no move to get off it. It was like
she just manoeuvred herself onto those hips.
Onto the hips,
and that was the sound. She went the wrong direction on that one.
Yeah.
She's got the high collar grip. She's capable of throwing big. She needs to really start moving now. She needs to believe in herself. She's capable of doing this. And really, it's a situation, by trying, she's got 21 seconds, by going all or nothing, even if she goes for the big and if she gets caught, doesn't matter, she's tried, and that's what she needs to do. So she's stepping up, she's engaging, she's getting the high collar, she's drawing the head down. She needs to put a big one in there, but it's going to backfire on her.
See, Silva is expecting the right arm around and a right-sided attack to the front. And she gives her that.
That was really
ugly.
poor. That was not nice.
I mean, make some kind of effort to make it look, but not just dive.
Yeah, and that was a blatant dive.
Oh, well, you know.
Well, yeah, you can't blame her. She's on the receiving end of the world silver medalist, and it was her chance of getting into the final, which was a Wazari up. So,
but just make it look a bit.
Make it look a little bit
that
more
was ugly,
subtle.
wasn't it? Yeah.
It wasn't subtle. It was awful.
It was awful. No, I mean,
it was awful.
That's why we had that reaction when we saw her do that. We knew, we know the state of the contest. Come on.
That was unnecessary, wasn't
exactly.
it? It was unnecessary.
You know, you're quality fighters. You've got a gold back patch. There's no need to just, dive to the floor.
You don't expect an Olympic champion to do such a thing, really.
Anyway, she did.
But she did, and that's it. And
she won.
She won, and she's in the final. And but Klimke, Klimke and silver. Well, that's going to be an absolute treat. And you know what? I'm going to put myself on the line. I would love to see Klimke take the gold medal here in her own right, without that competition that she's had from home soil with Deguchi.
So let's just have a quick look at the under 57. I know we've dwelt a little bit on that story, but I think it is a nice one. And if we look at that record of Jessica Klimke, we can see what's happened in the last few Grand Prix. Right, she was in the let's go from April. Yeah, let's go from April in the Pan American Championships. She lost in the semi-final to Krista Deguchi. Okay, she went on to get the bronze medal there.
Yeah.
Next time round, the very next competition was the Grand Prix in Hohhot in China, where she made it to the final and lost in the final to Krista Deguchi. Right. Next competition was the Grand Prix in Zagreb. She made it all the way to the final and lost in the final to Krista Deguchi. Right, I mean, it's beginning to be a bit repetitive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then they went to the Grand Prix in Budapest. She lost in the quarterfinal, won her repechage contest, and then lost the bronze medal contest to Karakas Hedvig. Mercifully, she'd now had three losses in a row, all to Deguchi, and then finally she lost to someone else. Anyway, then it was back to the World Championships in Baku, where unfortunately she lost to Dortzerin Sumia in round 3, so no chance to come back for a medal there.
She did beat silver, didn't she?
She did beat silver,
which was a great performance.
Right. So this is
now we've got
them in the final.
Silver.
Silver, and
so this is a repeat of the World Championships 2 weeks ago.
And
Klimke
came out the winner. Right. Now we come here. Tamaris Kruder, Anna Borowska, Karina Stefan. Here she is in the final, and she's up against Rafaela Silva, who, as Loretta Kusak-Dahl has just said, that she beat the last time out.
It'll be interesting. It will be a very interesting, exciting match to watch, definitely, and definitely gunning for Klimke to just get herself on that #1 podium position.
Yeah, because in all of this, she hasn't picked up the gold medal yet, but she's been in a couple of finals, picked up she's been on the podium, bang, 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 podium all the time. Well, bronze medal here, silver medal, bronze medal at the Pan American Championships, silver at the Grand Prix in Hohhot, silver at the Grand Prix in Zagreb, lost the bronze medal match in Budapest, went out in Baku at the World Championships, and now definitely back on the podium. We just have to see the colour of the medal. She would like that to turn her third Grand Prix final this year into a gold medal. Right, Loretta Kusak-Dahl and myself will be back in an hour and 45 minutes. That's how long we've got. 1 hour and 45 minutes before we're back with you for all the medal matches in the final block on day 1 of competition at the Cancun Grand Prix. From Loretta and myself,
goodbye for me.
Bye-bye. See you later. Bye.